Hello, hello. Welcome to the video on demand. People who probably got here earlier are watching from the beginning. Nice. It is April 21st, 2021. Um, I'm going to do Isaac stuff today for a couple hours, probably, depending on how I feel. And then I've got the hang up tonight. So just wanted to see if mods had been turned back on. Does not appear so.
Isaac and his mother lived alone in a small house on a hill. Isaac kept to himself.
All right, so hello, not me either.
With his toys as his mom watched
Lauren, hey Brad, looking forward to seeing you. I'm gonna have to get some work done because I was sick for a couple days, but
they were both happy. That was until the day Isaac's mom heard a voice from above.
and something weird's going on with Isaac.
Your son has become corrupted by sin. He needs to be saved.
Isaac was weirdly not full screen, or was full screen but off to the side.
Isaac and
All right, so let me give the updates real quick. On Sunday morning at 4 a.m., I awoke and was violently ill, and was sick and stayed in bed for 2 days. Just feeling awful, and was just about to go to the hospital. But Tuesday morning, I woke up feeling maybe 70% of normal, but also Tuesday morning, so that was yesterday morning, I had to go get my second Moderna vaccine, which I got, and my arm is really sore. But by last night, when I did Michael Kent's show, and I felt probably 90% of normal, apart from my arm was starting to get a little sore. And it's a little louder than I wanted it. There we go. Yeah, I felt probably 90% of normal last night. And then I woke up this morning with a slight relapse, but I took some medicine. I don't feel as bad. My stomach's not terrible. But yeah, I was really, really bad sick for 2 days. And it sucks because, unfortunately, I had to postpone. I was going to have a guest on Sunday, Ian Rowland, and he's been waiting for this for over a year, as have I. And, of course, he was disappointed that we had to postpone, and more than a little frustrated, and rightfully so, but I can't do anything about getting sick. So, yeah, I think I'm mostly feeling okay-ish today, but I figured I'd stream for a while just to double check that. Hello, Lunar Storm. I love you. Let's see. I have to sit back a little to read chat. The monitor's in that weird space between where if I put my glasses on, I would need to lean forward like this to see it, but if I lean forward without them, I can't see shit. So, thanks for the tier 1 sub there, Mikey. Appreciate it. Here's the sound that's supposed to play.
Redacted.
You missed church Sunday? Yes, I did. Look forward to your stream. We got dose 1 of Pfizer on Monday. Next one's May 13th, and I'll reach full immunities before Memorial Day weekend. Nice. Memorial Day weekend, now that I am immunized, assuming there's no catastrophe, I will be putting on a mask and a shield and protecting myself up and hopping on a plane to go visit Kristen. So, hooray. Hooray for vaccines. Got so sick the night after my second dose, but only lasted a day. Hello, Poison Daggers. I'm sorry that when you called last night, the only thing that I could say was, I'm in the middle of a live stream. I'll call you back. And then I didn't call you back. So, apologies. But, very polite, though. I just didn't want to blow it off because I was like, oh, if I don't answer, he's going to assume that I'm sick or that I was, whatever. So I was like, let me just tell him and I'll get right back to the show. Great show last night. I had not heard of that show before. We'll have to catch up on it. Well, he's only going to do like 2 more episodes of the show and then it's only going to exist on his Patreon. But yeah, Michael Kent's a good guy. And he'll be on, Michael Kent will be on the Hang Up on May 5th. So you'll get to hear more and see more, and maybe we'll riff on some magic stuff, but also it's going to be politics and religion and his background story and everything. So, but thanks for the compliment. Road trip, why not drive to Florida again? Too tiring? Because if I drive to Florida, it takes a day each way. And that's not very efficient when you only have a short period of time that you can spend with someone. So I'd rather spend, maybe 12 hours total of flying and sitting in airports than 24 hours and 24 hours. And it's exhausting. Don't get me wrong, I like to drive and I'm good at it. And I'm good at kind of enjoying it, but it's much more efficient to fly. And encounters a virus, the immune system would go, no, you're done. Nice. So here's where we are. I do have my Golden God file. They still haven't turned mods back on, so I have to keep... Actually, since this is clearly working, I can change that to be a third monitor. And I can have Platinum God open. Uh-oh. There we go. I can have Platinum God open on the big screen up there. And now I'll be able to see chat even if I'm looking things up on Platinum God. By the way, the Platinum God cheat sheet's been very helpful, so thanks to the person that recommended that. It's not going to tell me everything all the time, but it's really good. Is your trip 2 to 3 weeks after the last vaccine? Yes. What's the show from yesterday? I'm out of the loop. I did an episode with Michael Kent of his Story Joke Trick show. It's streamed on Facebook and YouTube, but I posted a link on Twitter and Facebook last night. Tempted to ask you to pick my next soda choice, but last time you picked Sprite. Yeah. So, yeah, here's what's happened since the last time. Isaac got a hard mode mom kill, and still no Magdalene, no Cain, no Judas, but Blue Baby got all the way through Isaac, which unlocked the D6, and then I used Isaac and the D6 to unlock planetariums in greed mode. And so I haven't done anything with Eve or Samson. Azazel's the one that's gotten the furthest on unlocks here. Lazarus, I did in order to unlock Bethany, who's awesome and has a mom kill. And we haven't done any of those yet. So we haven't even unlocked Lilith, which is unlocked by beating greed mode with Azazel, which we're not going to do today. And Apollyon, I'm not quite sure what unlocks that, but I like the character. But I need to get some practice in, and so yeah, we're going to do a standard Isaac run with the D6. Let me show you greed mode first for the people who haven't seen it. I'm probably not going to play this all the way through, but this is how I managed to unlock Planetarium. So first thing you'll notice is, for anybody who's not familiar, this is a game that is procedurally generated. So there's a seed number, BR2Z, 8P, 9G, so that if you had the game, you could actually just put it in yourself. Dr. Pepper and cream soda. Balls, BAWLS. Find your local head shop. It's a guarana-based soda that's just outstanding. I'm told it tastes like cream soda, but I know I didn't like cream soda growing up, but I do like Balls. There's a sound clip for you. So anyway, in greed mode, you have this one big room that's the arena with a push button right there. That's nice. I'll take the poop, although we're not going to see that much poop. And so what happens is, like, here's the pacifier. I can pick that up if I want to. And there's a store above this that has a number of items. Sometimes it'll have a reroll machine, which it does here. I have one bomb, which I'm going to use to get the keys and possibly a secret door. Nope, no secret. But I have the keys now. I can go ahead and take damage going in here in order to pick up these things. So I'm going to end up losing a whole heart right off the bat. But often there's a heart laying in here for that. But the important thing is to get the key so I can get in here, because here's the item room. So that's Transcendence, I think. And yeah, so it's an active item, which means a click item. It causes enemy tiers to be held in place and then thrown back away from Isaac for a period of 3 seconds. The ore from this item will repel nearby enemies. It's cool, but if you were trying to unlock Planetarium, what you do is you roll the D6 and you see if you get something new here. Then you go out and fight, and there's no battery here, but we can re-roll this until we have a battery available, which we're not going to get right now. And then you just keep rolling. And what I would do is I would restart greed mode. Whoops. I would just restart greed mode over and over again until the item down here, and I can re-roll it. And then I re-roll all of greed mode, come down, and use the D6 to re-roll that. And I repeated this until I got Magic 8 Ball here. Or something really good like Jesus Juice. Because Jesus Juice allows me, it gives me much better options for fighting in here. And then you get a key, and you see if you get, the second one in here, and you can re-roll a few times. And you move down. And it took, I don't know, about an hour and a half of re-rolling. And we got to the point where we had Planetarium unlocked. I'll show you a Planetarium by inputting a seed. Go to my history here. All right. So I put that seed in, I pick Isaac with the D6, and you'll see that right away we have a Planetarium, not just on the first floor, but right there in the room. So there it is, 08FX Q9 TV, and what we have here is a planetarium. Now, if I remember right, this will have Jupiter. Oh, I need a key. And there's a key. So open this and it should have Jupiter, which I don't like, but I'm going to re-roll it. And we get Luna. And Luna is awesome. Yeah, it's a Tim Minchin shirt. What Luna does, and let me read this to you for the Isaac players who aren't aware. It's probably one of my favorites of the planetarium. It adds a secret room and a super secret room to each floor. So instead of one secret room, one super secret room, there are now 2 secret rooms and 2 super secret rooms. Each secret room contains a beam of light that gives half a soul heart, and it tears up for the rest of the floor. These stack with multiple secret rooms. The first one gives 1 tears up, and then the future ones give half. It also reveals the location of one of the secret rooms on the mini-map. Not too big of a deal. And so you can already see the question mark on the map now. Now I have a bomb, so we're going to go ahead and bomb our way. Well, that was stupid. I thought I was walking into a room I'd already cleared for some reason. Now we put that there, get the secret room, and here's what you'll see is not only do I get bombs, but this little thing here will heal me for half a soul heart. And boosts my tears rate. This is just, like, Pluto is absolutely insane at how good it is. And to get Pluto on the first floor in the first room, I mean, this should be kind of just a one run. If you play strong, we'll just go ahead and go in here. Wow. See what that pill is. Lockdown. Alright. I'll take 2 soul hearts. I mean, this seed, once you get planetarium open, gotta be one of the best seeds I've ever had. But there are things that you can't... Wow, that was shady. I think there are things that you just can't unlock at all if you've just put in a seed. So we're not going to do that. We're just going to play normal Isaac and take what we get. Started playing this yesterday, so I appreciate the explanations. Awesome. Well, I'm no expert at all. I'm just learning and unlocking. Hey, Jen, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate it. Here's the sound that's supposed to play. Sorry, I missed it while I was distracted.
Redacted, 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 redacted.
Am I liking Repentance? Yes, I love Repentance. But I don't have that much unlocked yet. Neptune is absolutely insane because he's my cat. That monster in the room is COVID monster. You're welcome. Want to say hi. About to head out with a roomie for a little photo video shoot with her Mysterio cosplay that is pretty awesome. Oh, wait. That's going to be awesome. Oh, I need to adjust my camera thing. Boom. We do that with the little crop pad. Move my mic a smidge, and all of a sudden, I take up less space down in the corner. So, we're going to go with Isaac because I want the D6. And so, here we go. I knew one of them was going to spit out something that shot. Curse room. Ooh, there is a heart on the floor, so that's nice. Half heart on the floor. Not much reason to go in the shop other than to make sure it's not a greed fight, because we have no coins. But it's nice to know what's here, because Bogo Bombs is good. Sack is good. The Soul Heart's good. Don't be too excited about that half heart. Be half-hearted. Nice. Yeah, by the way, tonight on the Hang Up, my guest is Dr. Darrell Ray as we prepare for birthday celebrations for Recovering from Religion. I like that's a good thing that shot was really slow, because I changed my mind twice about what direction to go to try to avoid it. It's just sloppy. Oh, that was dumb. I scooted closer when I didn't need to. So let's go back and get that half a heart. Just so I don't have to go back in this room at all. Thanks for the tier 1 sub there of Avasilis. Here's the sound that's supposed to play. What time's the hang up start? 7 p.m. Central. So in just less than 7 hours. Literally just got a message from my producer. Hey, how you feeling? I'm like, I feel okay. That was absolute nonsense. But that's the game. So I got 4 bombs. Pretty sure that's the secret room. Wow, that's not the secret room. Why is that not the secret room? Like everything about this screams, here's the secret room. Like, I genuinely don't believe that's not the secret room. I think maybe I just misplaced my bomb. I mean, we look at this. Just to make sure, you go straight in from this door, drop the bomb. It's not the secret room, and I've wasted 2 bombs on it, so we're here. Holy crap. Okay, so in that case, we'll start over. I'm usually really good at finding the secret rooms. Oh my God. Dildo room? What the hell are you talking about? Okay, well, I don't understand the joke. That's a rough room. Yeah, we don't want that. But we'll take Demon Baby. Ooh, I would definitely take the map if I had the coin for it, which we don't have yet, but... Wow. One bad jump. Translate many of your videos for my country after I left high school. Oh, well, thank you. Okay, so here's the weird thing about this particular layout. There isn't a spot on the map that is clearly a secret room. I mean, it could be on either side of this. I do have 3 bombs, but last time I did not do well with secret room. So it's clearly not here. That's good to know. I really want to get in because I'd like to get the 15 coin that I need for that. So it's not above this. It's not above there. So really, there's only a couple places that it could be. So it's a coin toss on either side of this or up there. I'm going to drop here. Well, no, that's not enough. Love a way to get all of these coins. 3, 6 would be 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I mean, I could get most of them. Shit. Okay, so first off, you have questions, tag me. Second of all, holy crap, here we go. What's going on with Richard Dawkins' controversy and that humanist organization taking back his 1996 award? Go watch the episode of The Hang Up that I did a week ago on Wednesday with Arden, where we talk about it all in great detail. This was before the American Humanist Association revoked his award, but they should revoke his award because you don't get to do things that are in opposition to humanism and maintain an award that says you're a shining example of humanism. He's just not. Dan Dennett seemed to come out in support of Dawkins earlier via tweet. Well, fuck. Really? Well, I think I'm just. Seth just posted something basically saying he's not going to revoke Dawkins' forward to his book, which is fine, but also mentioned this thing about let's extend an olive branch, and I'm like, God damn. Do you not think that an olive branch has been extended when somebody's been repeatedly saying transphobic shit over and over and over again and shows zero interest in understanding or learning or apologizing? At what point is it okay to say, look, we're taking away this award that says you're a great humanist, because you're not? You know, we don't want our organization tied to you. So while I appreciate Seth being measured, I think he's willing to extend an olive branch much further than I think is justified, considering what's going on when one of the world's most eminent significant scientists in history is basically trashing trans people and unwilling to correct it, apologize, or learn. And who knows? I haven't seen Dennett's tweet, but Dennett almost never tweets, so. And now I'm going at some people. God, I'm so fucking done with everyone and everybody. Yep, Dennett posted, and he said the AHA statement about Dawkins rejects the interpretation that he was pointing to an apparent inconsistency in the current norm of political correctness, while simultaneously providing an example of precisely the confused thinking that he claims he was pointing out. Discuss. I'm done. I'm not fucking getting into it with Dennett. I'm not getting into it with Seth. I'm not getting into it. It's I just wanted to play a little fucking game to see if I was doing okay today, but no. Let me go catch up on chat from the 15 minutes that I've been distracted by something else and haven't been playing a game or talking to people. Someone made a movie about AXP. What actor would you like to play you? I don't want anybody to make a movie about me or AXP. I don't want an actor to play me. I legitimately do not give a fuck about things like that. I couldn't name actors. I didn't know. I don't know where you can buy this t-shirt. It was from a Tim Minchin tour. I don't even know if they're still available. I hate infighting. It's not infighting. It's called accountability. When people say shitty things and you call them out for it, that's not just infighting. It's not like, oh, we're having a little squabble. Trans rights are human rights, period. If you're going to be disparaging of it, you deserve to be called out, period. Oh, but it's cancel culture. It's not nobody canceled Dawkins. They just revoked an award that previously said Dawkins represents the best of humanism when he fucking doesn't. I hate all the infighting. Sorry. You know, there are awful people and awful views in almost every movement and every group. The thing with Dawkins just asking tweets is that they always seem to have the I'm not racist but vibe about them, or I'm not insert whatever. Well, plus he's not actually discussing. I don't know. Dawkins to me seems like one of the subject matter experts that is so far removed from the work that built his reputation as effectively your boomer parents screaming at Fox News. I don't even know anyone outside the skeptic community cares about it. They don't. But that's not relevant. He's still one of the premier scientists on the planet, and he's spouting off anti-trans stuff. Does Dawkins have Nobel syndrome just without the Nobel? Maybe. What did Dawkins do? Oh my God, I don't have time to explain this shit over and over. Clue yourself in. Go watch the show. I spent an entire show last Wednesday, 1 week ago, going over this issue in great detail. What did Dawkins do? Sorry, if you're not going to, it's week-old news and it's growing. He said anti-trans shit. Well, I'm not, fuck it. Can I play my game now? How do I do this? All right, we'll put a bomb there. Bomb there. That gets us most of the way there. We roll the dice on a secret room here. Nope, it was over there. Welcome to Twitch. People ask questions, new people show up in chat. Well, you think you're clever? You think that was clever, Warthongs? Welcome to Twitch. People ask questions, new people show up in chat. You think I don't know that? It's not like I haven't been streaming for like 6 or 7 years. But I'm just saying, if you jump in the middle of a conversation that we've been having for the last 15, 20 minutes, and you're like, oh, what did Dawkins do? I mean, you do know how Google works, right? That you could go look something up without expecting the rest of us to redo all the work we just did for 10 or 15 minutes? And then you're going to try and lecture me on, oh, welcome to Twitch is how Twitch works? I mean, could you maybe recognize that I'm maybe tired of being asked the same questions over and over, and the fact that you just showed up doesn't mean that anybody here is required to give you an answer? I don't know why you thought I needed a lecture about how Twitch works, how the internet works. Of course I realized that you probably weren't in here for all of that. The point was, I gave you the information on how you could go find out. And you decide to give me a lecture on Twitch. Cool. Thanks. You don't know me anything, you can just say, I don't want to answer that, instead of being kind of rude, you know? Oh, well, you know what? I don't have to answer you at all. Twitch has been around longer than 6 years. A lot longer, but instead of being kind of rude, I think it's kind of rude to come in and, you know, how come you can come in and ask questions, and then when I point out that I think it's kind of rude, you're like, well, that's what happens on Twitch. But hang on, how come when I point it out, I'm the one being rude? I guess you can tell me in 10 minutes when your timeout's over. Because, you know, I'm rude. Oh, I don't have any bombs. When is a Twitch hangout? Can someone link me video from last Wednesday? You gotta be fucking joking. No, I haven't played Enter the Gungeon. I know what it is, I just haven't played it. And I don't think I'm particularly fond of the play style, the shooting type play style in Enter the Gungeon. I don't think it fits with the way I want to play. None of us even know what video it is. Yes, there's lots of us that know exactly what video it is. It's last Wednesday's episode of The Hang Up. It's literally, if you go to YouTube, like Matt Dillahunty, The Hang Up, or just The Hang Up, and I specifically said it's last Wednesday's episode, so now you know the date, and I said it was with Arden, so now you know who the guest is. Like, where can I find the video of the show that you did last week that you do every fucking week? I mean, come on. Gosh, where can I find John Oliver's Last Week Tonight? That airs every Sunday. Only easier than that because John's show isn't always completely on YouTube. And mine is. I think it's because I only have a couple pet peeves, and one of them is being forced to repeat myself. And I get around that a lot because I realize, oh, I'm talking to new people and everything else. But come on. I'm trying to play a game. And I think that's +5 bombs and poison bombs. But look. Yes, I also called in the Transatlantic show to talk about it as well. The urge for Dr. Pepper with cream is growing. Brad be praised. Well, he's a smart feller. Or a fart smeller. As the case may be. Alright, so we got the Voodoo Doll, which I don't remember exactly what it does. So let's see, because that's a new item from Repentance, I think. Although curiously, I'm not seeing it. How is it I'm not seeing this brand new item that I'm 90% sure is from Repentance? That doesn't make any sense. Well, there it is. Has a chance to spawn an additional curse room on each floor. Well, I don't know or care about that, but I want to know why I couldn't see it when I had... Oh, there it is. All right, now I see it. Sweet. A lot of channels don't let you post links to chats. It's probably set to automatically delete them. Yes. You're not allowed to post links in here. I did turn that off. You can't post links in chat. It's going to get removed every single time, which is the other reason why it was silly for somebody to ask, but okay. At least I'm able to find some of the secret rooms now. Well, yeah, Repentance isn't out yet on PS4. But I mean, you can start with Rebirth and then add Afterbirth to it, but I just got it all when I got it. How dare you make it harder for spammers and trolls? I know, right? What am I thinking? Yeah, it's. I think a lot of the things, you know, and I ended up explaining this every stream. Unlike a lot of other people, I'm frequently under attack, and so there are more trolls and everything hanging out trying to get their 10 seconds of annoyance. All right, so his damage up and range up. Blood clot. I guess I'll take that. One hour 14:35 into the hang up vid with Arden. Hang on, what? Well, Afterbirth will include Rebirth. I'm not sure what you're saying there, Moonraker 3. Yes, Afterbirth and Afterbirth Plus are just DLC for that. Regarding the Dawkins comments. Moonraker 3, the whole fucking show was about that. I started by talking about that. So why would you tell them to go to the 1 hour, 30 minute, 35 second mark in the video when I talk about it for the entire fucking show and starting right at the beginning? Oh. I'm confused. Have I tried Fall Guys? Yes, I didn't really like it. But an hour and 14 minutes and 35 seconds in, I mean, I'm confused. Snowing in West Virginia right now. Glad I didn't put. Yeah, it was weird. My dad messaged me from St. Louis to let me know that it was snowing there, and he's like, but it won't accumulate. And then he sent me a picture of a couple hours later, and he's like, I guess I was wrong, and it did accumulate. So, how many screens do you have? Like total in the house? So just on this machine, there's 2 monitors and a television that can be set up as a 3rd monitor. There's a TV on the wall which I can use as a third monitor, which is what I've got Platinum God up on now. But I also don't always use it as a monitor for the PC. Sometimes it's the preview output for the ATEM video switcher, and sometimes it's just a TV. I'm still confused by Moonraker's timestamp. C'est la vie. I hate rooms full of spikes when I don't have flying. I mean, I guess that's kind of the point. Okay, that's awful. Just checked. The timestamp is the caller Ethan who had issues with SJWs. That's interesting. I skimmed through the video to hear a caller referring to Dawkins. Didn't realize the whole video was about Dawkins. There's literally a picture of the screenshot of his tweet right at the beginning. Anyway, all right, now I understand. Thanks. Damn it. Screw you. Oh, I don't remember which worm that is. I think it's the range one. No, it's the one where tears move in a wavy fashion. Don't need that. Let's see. The big snow here in Texas, it was fun for a minute until the infrastructure failed. Fucking Abbott. Can't really blame that on Abbott. There's lots of stuff you can blame on Abbott, but you can't really blame that on Abbott. Unless you're blaming it on him when he was Attorney General. Because a lot of that deregulation and lack of oversight was Perry-era stuff. I don't know what that is, so I'm going to guess it's new from Repentance. So let's see if we can find out what it is, and then maybe we'll re-roll it. Any thoughts on Matthew McConaughey running for Texas governor? Well, I guess anybody can do anything now. We don't give a shit about qualifications or sensibility. He would probably be less dangerous than Abbott in a number of regards, and certainly more liberal. But I don't know that he's particularly someone I would find as qualified. It's an Afterbirth Plus item, which is Hemolacria. Isaac tears become bloody enough fire by in the air in an arc. One hitting the floor. Bloody tear will burst. I'm going to go with no. Let's see if we can get another one. I thought Matthew studied for it and is qualified. I don't know how you study for it. I don't know that he's actually running, but you can study for something and still not be qualified. I'm not talking about eligibility. He's eligible to run. Qualified is, do I think he has the sort of knowledge and a functional brain that is going to, serve as governor? He was great in The Wedding Planner. That's funny. You think there'll be a new type of inequality in the future in regards to life extension, better health span in the future? I don't know. I'm worried more about science reality than science fiction. All right, I'm going to see if I can get enough to charge. Arnold was okay. Yeah, maybe not. No way to get to that. Super secret room should be right over there. Well, we've already lost our chance at a double deal. That's nice, because now we can go back and charge that, or reroll our item room thing. I'm going to pick this up just so I can drop it somewhere else and not have to worry about it anymore. Oh, gosh. No. All right, let's go see if we can get another charge. So roll it again. Wow. It was really bad playing on my part. Okay, so 9 volt. And take this in case it gives us... No, it didn't. Can use the fool to check the curse room. Except I lose a half a heart even for just going in there. guess he's not up to date on medical technology and where it's going. You don't know where it's going. I'm not a transhumanist. Transhumanism is science fiction. We are gradually increasing lifespans. We're making improvements, but the notion of a singularity that we're going to get to and potentially achieve immortality is in fact still science fiction. Is it likely that it could happen? I don't know. But when you're asking me, do I think there will be a new type of inequality in the future in regards to life extension and better health span in the future? My answer is I don't know, because nobody knows. Nobody can even give you a good guess, but we can't tell you what that future is going to look like. We don't know what that future is going to look like. You say you're not asking about immortality, just longer life and better health span. Okay, but isn't that longer life pretty much for everybody? Haven't we extended life for everybody? If you're talking about an inequality, you need to come with more than just, do you think there will be a new type of inequality in the future in regards to life extension? I don't know, and I don't give a fuck, because we can deal with those things as they come up. But for now, this inequality over life extension, whether you're talking about immortality or not, it doesn't exist. It is still not in the realm of the here and now. Is medicine going to keep moving us better and towards the future? Sure. But there's also dramatic changes that can happen socially that change whether or not those things are accessible to all. So that my answer from the beginning is I don't know, and then you assume I'm just not up to date on anything. Okay, if that's what you think, then stop asking me questions, because clearly if you ask a question and I tell you I don't know when I have a really good reason for it, and I don't think anybody knows either, I don't think anybody can make a prediction about a speculative future and have it be anything more than pulling shit out of their ass. But as I'm not a fan of pulling shit out of my ass and saying, well, as I sit here and think about it, I could see where that could possibly be a thing. I'm not interested in those things. I'm not interested in speculative shit. There are real fucking problems I got to solve and help solve right now, or support and educate people who are doing the solving. But if you don't want an I don't know from me, you came to the wrong person, because I'm going to say I don't know when I don't know. But if you assume that I don't know just because I'm not up to speed, that's some smug bullshit right there. Meanwhile, not a doctor, shouldn't have been expected to be up to speed and up to date on medical stuff. So, I'm sorry that you wasted your time. I'm sorry that I'm such a disappointment. Seems counterproductive for the AHA to withdraw Dawkins' award. Why? Why is it counterproductive? I don't think Dawkins said anything too controversial other than not choosing his words more carefully. Well, you're wrong, and I covered this all a week ago on the other show, Mr. Zeebs. He misgendered trans people, said it was a choice, and tried to play victim in his tweet. Covered all of that during the show. But if someone's been an ally to humanism for decades, why would they redact that? Because the award says the American Humanist Association holds this person in high esteem as a shining example of what humanism is. And if that person is no longer a shining example of humanism, then it makes sense to revoke the reward so that your organization is no longer tarnished by that name, just like they revoked it from Lawrence Krauss. So, Post Scarcity 101 says, I follow genetic engineering, deep learning, and nanobits. Quantum computers will merge with deep learning in the future, will most likely solve medical problems. Well, now you're talking science fiction. You are speculating about what you think is likely to happen, and there's no reason for you to conclude that this will happen. The fact that you are talking about speculative scientific things in terms of this will happen shows that you're not being reasonable. If you say this will happen, yes, it's a goal of the people in the field, and it's a goal of people trying to cure cancer, but that doesn't mean you can say we will cure cancer. This is what I'm talking about. You may not identify as a transhumanist, but you are in the same oh my gosh, we're getting closer. You may not, oh, we're not necessarily approaching a singularity, but you are making the same sort of this is a fact, statements about speculative things. And you're bothered by the fact that I'm willing to say I don't know. You need to learn to say I don't know better. The left eating their own like this is a problem. No, Mr. Zeebs, this is not the left eating their own. This is called accountability. If you say something that is transphobic, if you repeatedly do things that are problematic, you deserve to be called out for them. And if you won't apologize or correct it, then you are not going to be, oh, we should just let you keep an award. We should give you an award. This isn't the left eating their own. This is humanists holding people accountable for saying and doing things that are in opposition to humanism. I'm sorry that you don't understand that, but I'm not going to be accepting any excuses or any bullshit. Some cancers are curable, depends on case to case. Not all cancers. Really, post-scarcity, that's the thing that you're going to... So I point out what you're doing, and your pedantic fucking bullshit is to suggest some cancers are curable. That's what you took away from that. Of all cancers have cures, but some people with more mutations in cancer have better chances of people being cured. It doesn't work on everyone. Just go away, post-scarcity. If you're just going to keep doing the "you're right" thing, I don't need you here. I don't. You asked me for my opinion. I said I didn't know because it was speculative. Then you decide to suggest that I'm clueless. Then when I point out that the fact that people are working towards curing cancer doesn't mean they're going to cure cancer, and then you want to fucking correct me. Oh, well, some cancers are curable. Just piss off. I don't care. You've now worn out your welcome. I'm all in favor of medical advances and working towards them. What I'm not a fan of is people amplifying hopes into reality. And if all you're going to do is be a pedantic little twit to suggest, oh, Matt just said that the people working, all I said was people working towards cures for cancer. There are in fact people who are working towards cures and cancers who want there to be cures, even if that may not actually happen. And you're like, well, we can cure some cancers. I mean, you are not a brain that is doing anything functional here with regard to the conversation. You are just here to spew whatever it is that you're here to spew, and I don't need it. All right, so we're going to re-roll this again. Hey, there we go. I don't remember which one it is, but sure, Pisces. It's amazing. It's like when I make a rebuttal to show a flaw in someone's thinking, and all they come back with is some secondary or tertiary pedantic correction. That's like telling me I spelled it wrong. Like when I explain to you why your argument fails, and you're like, yeah, but you misspelled that word. That's pretty much what post-scarcity did. Now I have no hearts, so. Immunotherapy works on certain types of cancers which have more mutations. Done. Oh, you're done, bitch. You're banned. Bye. Sorry. Sorry that you couldn't learn a fucking lesson. Bye. Just had to get in one more of your little fucking spelling errors, didn't you? Good for you. You're so cool. I could lose half a heart going into the... I'm not getting much done today between Twitter and occasional comments. I don't want to do that. Hello, Zatrix. I'm feeling Matter of fact, we're probably getting ready to lose this run. 18 minutes. This is just bullshit. How many people lost their humanist awards in total? I can only think of 2 right now, and that's Dawkins and Lawrence Krauss. Two people I've shared the stage with and have interacted with personally, and 2 people who I both think deserved to lose that award or have it revoked. You know, the American Humanist Association didn't come out and say, nobody should ever listen to Dawkins again, and Dawkins is wrong about everything, and we should not let him speak publicly. They just revoked an award that says, hey, this guy represents the best of us, because he doesn't represent the best of us. I think it's hilarious that people are upset that an award was revoked when the award no longer fits the person that it was given to. It's just bizarre to me. How dare they take away Dawkins' award? It's a major award. I don't know what Tracy Harris is up to now. I haven't spoken since she left. Did you watch the XP? I like The Last Guest. Good. I didn't watch. I was sick in bed. I love your stream, and I really like all learn about Isaac from you. I'm addicted to the game. Thanks for the stream, dude. Sure. No problem, Chillzilla. I don't think we're learning anything about Isaac today. But I need to figure out what this item is. And for some reason, even though I have them sorted by color, I'm not seeing it in the green section. There it is. That's sinus infection. Isaac's tears have a random chance to be a booger instead, which stick to the enemies and deal periodic poison damage until they die. Each tick of poison damage is equal to your normal tear damage. Each booger persists until the enemy is dead or 60 seconds have passed. All right. Well, I could take it or I could re-roll it. I don't know. Clipped your explanation to the left and the around now. You can just post that on Twitter. Unless the person is called Zeebs. Huh. All right, we'll just take it. I don't know if we're going to get a chance to really re-roll, but we have 1 bomb, 1 key. So we're not going to be doing either of those right now. All right, so here's deck of cards, not bad. I'm almost sorry we picked up sinus infection now, because there's a battery in there. We might have been able to re-roll this twice. And this looks like there should be a secret room right here, but not based on the actual shape of the level. I mean, it should be below, but that's blocked, so above. So weird. Doesn't depend on the context of the award. Is it only given for accomplishments in the specific year of the person in general? It's for the person in general. It just happens to be this year. It's not like Dawkins got this for what he did in 1996. He got this, essentially, hey, here's someone who over a career has represented the ideals of humanism. But at the end of the day, if Dawkins had come out and said, hey, black people are inferior, and I don't think we should be helping the poor, well, would anybody object to the American Humanist Association removing an award then? But at the end of the day, isn't it up to the American Humanist Association to say, you know what, we no longer want our brand associated with this person, and isn't that their right? Nobody took away Dawkins' Twitter. He can still write books. He can still go on news stories. He can still take everything he wants to say. The only thing that happened was that they revoked an award. And people are, oh, that's a bridge too far. How dare you revoke an award? You revoked an award? That's not humanist of you. You revoked an award. Bah, humbug. It's exactly what should happen. Uh-oh. Well, Mr. Deity has decided to question me now, too. Oh, my God. It's going to be that day. Yeah, plus, Rand, when you suggest they could just rename the award, are you being serious that the American Humanist Association should rename the Humanist of the Year award to something else in order so that it's not tied to Dawkins in the past? That's just stupid. HA is part of something Dawkins supports, so he doesn't want to have it disassociated with him. Yeah, well, then he shouldn't be saying things that are shitty. It's not the award. I'm sure he doesn't need an organization to tell him he's a good person. It's the public tarnishing. Yes, which is fucking deserved. It's called accountability, Mr. Zeebs. What is it that you don't understand about this? You're particularly obtuse today. It's called accountability. If you say terrible things, you deserve to be called out for it. And if you correct it, you deserve to be lauded for it. But if you don't correct it, as Dawkins didn't, and you double down and you don't actually offer an apology, you deserve to be called out for that too. You disagree that it was transphobic. You are wrong. You are demonstrably, factually wrong. Similar thing happened with Stephen in the ACA, didn't it? No. You're confusing things where this is something about whether or not something was transphobic. It is undeniably the case. And in the case of Stephen, the thing that he was called out for, he acknowledged that that was also transphobic. And the difference is that he went to correct it. I guess I can just plainly ask if we disagree on this point. Do you believe race is tied to someone's identity? Race is a social construct, but not all social constructs are the same. It's not like you can just identify as something. Gender is about your identity. Race is about considerably more. You agree with accountability. I disagree that it was terrible to say that. You are wrong. Dawkins called it a choice. It's not a choice. He's denying the science on trans issues. He misgendered people entirely. He tried to make it sound like as if it's just biology, as if that's the only term, male and female, which is stupid because there's no trans person claiming they are cis. There's not someone with XY chromosomes claiming that they actually have XX chromosomes. They are talking about only their identity. Dawkins denies their identity, calls it a choice, misgenders them, and then says he tries to play victim by saying, if you dare to disagree, you'll be vilified. And then he says, discuss, which is dishonest from him in particular, because he's not discussing shit. He's not discussing on Twitter. He's not having discussions with any trans experts or anything else. He's talking about the peons. He's throwing shit and telling everybody else to go discuss it because he doesn't want to bear responsibility for it. And then when it's pointed out to him that he's saying the things that the right wing are doing and he needs to correct it and apologize, what he does is come out with a not apology that is not an apology, says he was misconstrued, and the rest of it. It's shitty. You are just factually wrong about what is or isn't transphobic, and you seem to not know Dawkins' history of doing this, of supporting Deborah So's book, of whining and bitching about cancel culture, and about saying that that men are pretending to be women, but he's going to respect them and use the pronouns that they want anyway. That's not respect. It is a fundamental misunderstanding of the issue to talk about trans issues as if they are in any way tied to biology. There is a difference between biological, genetic, sex, which, by the way, also isn't necessarily binary, and gender, which has to do with the roles that we play in society, and those are constructs. I don't see how you can say you agree with accountability and you disagree. Well, you disagree that it was terrible to say that. Okay, you're wrong. Phobic is having an aversion to something. Do you think Dawkins is anti-trans? Mr. Zeebs, I did an entire show on this a week ago. Clearly you haven't watched it and can't be bothered. But why should I rehash the entire show I did where I answered all of your stupid, simple questions like this? Phobic is not just tied to fear. When a substance is hydrophobic, do you think it's afraid of water? It just means an aversion. And what Dawkins has an aversion to is accepting and identifying trans people as they claim to be. His aversion is to supporting trans identity. He is so hung up on biology that what he is saying is things that are averse to affirming trans people. That's what is transphobic. Doesn't mean he's afraid of trans people. It doesn't mean he's averse to being around trans people. It doesn't even mean that he's not willing to use their pronouns or talk about or allow them to have rights. It means that he is averse to being an ally to and supportive of trans issues from that perspective. It's on my show. I've bought it over and over again. Please go educate yourself so the rest of us don't have to keep doing it over and over and over again. It's incredibly exhausting. And I'm not even trans. Call into the Transatlantic call-in show with your shit. They literally want Arden and Kate, Arden and Katie literally want people with your confusion and worse, people with actual active bigotry to call in and talk to them. Saturdays, 6 p.m. Go do some fucking homework. But keep coming back with, I don't see why it's a problem, I don't see why it's a problem, when I'm trying to play a fucking game. Is it transphobic to be anti-puberty blockers for minors? You've posted 3 comments in here. Nod the bank. You posted Happy Easter back on the 4th. Then today you posted, am I transphobic? And is it transphobic to be anti-puberty blockers for minors? Well, let me ask you this, Nod the bank, and your answers here will determine if you're allowed to stay and ask anything else ever. Are you a doctor? Are you a trans patient? Are you in any way an expert in the medical field about treating trans issues? Then it doesn't matter whether or not you're anti-puberty blockers. You shouldn't have, your opinion on anti-puberty blockers is ill-informed because you're not a medical expert, you're not the patient in consideration. And so if you are opposed to something, when you have no medical expertise and aren't a party to it, what reason could you possibly be opposed to it that doesn't mean you are anti-trans? I know you didn't mention fear. I'm talking about, I went into Mr. Zeebs, you're about 10 seconds from being fucking banned. I watched that part of the show with Arden. That's why I said averse and not afraid. Yes, he's averse. I just explained what he's averse to, and I explained it during the show too. Are you really going to be the second person to basically try and to use a spelling error to stop acknowledging that you have a shitty view? I don't think this medium is good for conversation. You're assuming too much about me. No, I'm not. I'm reading your fucking comments. You're here to you wanted to argue about whether or not phobic should be used. I had that conversation last Wednesday, and now you're telling me you watched it. I know you didn't mention fear. I mentioned fear for completeness. That's the way I argue. In my response to you, I used fear and aversion because I didn't want somebody else to come in asking the same stupid shit you're asking. I'm not assuming anything about you. I'm reading what you actually wrote. I didn't say you mentioned fear. So it's kind of flawed for you to come back and say, I never mentioned fear. Did I say you mentioned fear? If you're not going to pay attention when I'm being very careful with my words and exhaustive, why should I bother answering anything from you? I don't think this medium's particularly good for conversation either. But don't get to blame the medium on the fact that you keep typing terrible shit. Oh my gosh, it's the medium. Oh my god. It's the medium, it's the medium. No, it's you. It's not the medium, it's the large. Nice. If we hold Dawkins on the best humanity has to offer, sure, but everyone has a bad take from time to time. I don't think it was made with malice. Oh my god, Warthongs, please stop. If you're not paying fucking attention, how dare you come in and suggest, I don't think it was made with malice. I mean, everybody's got a bad take from time to time. This is a repeated pattern of shit from Dawkins that we've been pointing out over and over, starting with Elevator Gate and then moving up to recent times where he's supporting Deborah So's book and he's bitching about cancel culture and he's repeatedly posting things that are anti-trans. This wasn't one anti-trans bad take. Nobody just decided, well, Dawkins said something, we're all giving up on him. That's not how it fucking happened. I'm sorry that the rest of you haven't paid attention to everything else that he's ever said and done. Go read Hemant Mehta's Friendly Atheist post about this, where he shows other tweets from Dawkins. He's one of the world's prominent scientists. He could talk to anyone, any trans expert, any scientist on this subject and educate himself. And he's not only failed to do so, he's failed to do so when many of us have repeatedly pointed out what he's saying is problematic and why. Do not for even a second pretend that this is a one-off thing from Dawkins and that all of us are just all up in arms because he said one wrong thing. That's a load of shit. That is not what happened. I'm sorry that you're fucking not paying attention, but the rest of us have seen him do this over and over, have called him out for it, have tried to correct him. He's not open to correction. He's not open to being educated on this subject. And when he says discuss, he's not having a discussion. I'm sorry that some of you don't know, but along with the great power comes great responsibility. And at the end of the fucking day, nobody's done anything but taken away an award that says he's the best of us when he's not. Literally, everybody coming in here to defend Dawkins, go the fuck away. You can call into the hang up and discuss it. Yep. And you can call in. You don't even know what Elevator Gate is. Well, okay. I'm not rehashing something from 11 years ago. But Dawkins started up shit with Rebecca Watson after she pointed out that she'd been sexually harassed in an elevator at a convention. And Dawkins was like, boo-hoo, somebody hit on me in an elevator. I'm sorry, all you women who are being genitally mutilated. We can't discuss that now because boo-hoo, a skeptic got hit on in an elevator. It was dismissive and disgusting, and it's typical of things that he's done. And by the way, the rest of you motherfuckers, I've sat on the stage with the man many, many times. And at one of those events, the very last question that was asked was asking him what he thought about safe spaces at a university. And he went on a little tirade telling people that they needed to put on their big boy and big girl panties because when you're at university, you're there to be challenged. And because we were ending the event, I didn't have the heart or stomach, and now I would have, to say, no, we're going to keep going because I'm going to correct your dumbass. Nobody's asking for a safe space to protect them from being confronted. It's to protect them from being harassed. That's what they're wanting. And for you to sit there with your mountains of fucking privilege and ignorance and suggest that people should just buck up at a university and take the harassment. Well, fuck you, Richard. That was a disgusting thing to say. And it happens over and over again. Hey, we got a gold key. All right, so we got our thing back. Let's see if we get anything at all. Not having a particularly good run or day. I hope he just stays there in this cycle. Nope. There we go. Taking too much damage. This is bad. All right. You can't put links in chat, Trading Bob. If that's your first message, you just got banned. It is your first message. Welcome to ban. I don't know what you were trying to share, but yeah, you're done. Well, actually, I'll let you explain yourself real quick just to make sure you're not a spammer. Because you could have jumped in and thought, oh, here's a really relevant link to this. So explain yourself, Trading Bob, or you're going to get banned. It's your video with Dawkins. What video with Dawkins? I have lots of videos with Dawkins. Interview. You can't post links in here, Trading Bob, and just in case you're not aware, maybe when you jump into a new place, maybe say hi or ask what's okay, rather than just posting a link. So not going to ban you because it's all right. But I think it's there in the rules that you agree to when you join the channel. But I'm glad I held off. So welcome. Not to mention Rebecca Watson was in an elevator at 4 a.m. in a foreign country after she just finished telling people she didn't want random guys. Yes, I know. I know the story, and I appreciate you kind of expanding on it a little bit. It's just awful. So there's a lot of people who don't know what's going on in the atheist community and never have. They just, oh, I watched a YouTube clip and that's all I know. Or I read a book and that's all I know. And so they don't understand that there are big problems with some individuals. There are people who still, I mean, Sam Harris and I, basically, Sam kicked Lawrence Krauss off of our tour. The three of us were doing together in Arizona, in his hometown, because of the accusations against him. And there's still people who don't know or understand any of that. But is it morally wrong for parents or doctors to make gender decisions for their children? They're not. I mean, the people who are making gender decisions for the children are the ones that are denying them the access and right to transition. They're saying, no, that's not going to happen. That would be the moral wrong. Hi, Matt from the Middle East. Hello, welcome. Not treating these kids increase the risk of suicide. Yes, it does. And no, cross-sex hormones are not puberty blockers. Puberty blockers are just like, hey, let's stick a pin in this so that you can make sure. And by the way, the treatment for trans kids, which Arden went over, is it doesn't just like, a 5-year-old comes in and says, hi, I'm trans. I'd like to be on puberty blockers. And they're like, yes, go ahead. That's not how it happens. Let's not have that fiction going on. Even if a young child gets it, the puberty blockers begin, at around the onset of puberty. But also, if there's a child that identifies as trans, the psychologist treatment often is the sort of try it on approach first, because you don't need to block puberty and you don't need to start an actual chemical transition first, what you need to do is say, okay, you identify as this other gender or not no gender. Let's have you start dressing yourself in the way that you feel is you and see how that feels and goes. Yeah, Arden addressed this. I mean, we had a really good show last week where we talked about the Dawkins thing. We were measured about it. And Arden addressed trans stuff. And it's like, I can't help it that people aren't paying attention to the information that's being handed out. This is the pill bag thing. We're re-rolling that. We'll take that. Speed shot up. I need some health badly. We're on the first floor. And I lost way too much. I do have a bomb left. I just genuinely don't know where the secret room would be. I only have one bomb, so I'm not going to get both of these. Let me check the store real quick. And holy fuck, fertility isn't the end-all be-all of life. Yes. But what if they're not able to have kids? Hey, motherfucker, I'm not able to have kids. Some people aren't able to have kids. And some people are childless by choice. And for some people, that's not the end all be all. Happy 420. That was yesterday. Did you get so high yesterday you thought it was still today? Or is it 4:20 p.m.? No, it's not. It's 1:46. Maybe it's not even 4:20 anywhere. Even one of those places that's at a weird half hour. It's always 4:20 somewhere. Not on any official clock. It's not always 4:20. It's only 4:20 if you do the whole spectrum. But yes, I appreciate it. I would be happy to enjoy 4:20, except I did that yesterday. By the way, I did that magic thing. And there's a homemade magic trick that I made years ago for a show that's based on another thing. And what I do is there's a circle here. There are 5 cards in this, and I will write down my prediction. We'll let Julie do it. There are 5 of these cards, Julie. They're numbered 1 through 5. I'm going to pull them out nice and slowly. But I'm going to make a prediction here about which one you're going to pick. So, Julie, get one of them in your mind, 1 through 5. I realize there's a little delay, so I'm going to go really slowly with this. But I'm going to pull them out and hold them up. And when you see the one that is your number, say stop. Or, as a matter of fact, we'll do it where you say stop when you want me to stop, or go if you want me to go on to the next one. So here we go. There's number 1. Going on. There's number 2. Stop. You stopped on number 2, which you'll notice is exactly what I wrote down on the back. So that's a homemade version of a mentalism trick where I actually have a explain how that works. It works pretty well. Or did you write it as I wrote stop? No, I did not write it as I wrote stop. I was holding this up in front of you the whole time. There's no way I could put a 2 on the back of this. So, in any case, it's a fun trick. I thought about doing it last night on Michael Kent's show, but we went with the rubber band trick. Notice his hand position, 5 head. Is it more than a 1 in 5 chance you're going to get it right? So I will always get it right. Mr. Zeebs said they figured it out. If you figured it out, congratulations. Mr. Zeebs says, no, I didn't. Okay. I think there might be something showing through on the other side of the cards from inside the envelope. Thanks for reminding me that it's 4:21. I might have missed the hang up tonight. Nice. Can you do the trick without holding the envelope the whole time? Well, I mean, I could put it in a stand when I'm pulling things out, but I mean, I'll do a different version another time. Did Matt just perform a miracle with God's help? Amazing. I don't think it was God's help, but it was kind of amazing. So, all right, I don't want to waste too much time here. We have 1 bomb, 2 keys. What magic books would you recommend? Depends on what kind of magic stuff you want to do. I have lots of magic books. If you were wanting to get into mentalism, I'll always recommend Corinda's 13 Steps to Mentalism, but also there's some Bob Cassidy books that are there. If you want to get into card work, obviously we're always going to recommend Erdnase, the Expert at the Card Table, but I like a lot of early Paul Harris books that you can probably get on eBay and stuff. But yeah, there's just too many good books. I mean, I could go downstairs with a camera and record through all the books on my shelf, but nice trick. Would like to see more. Thanks. Here. That's not a miracle. It's not a miracle to just, do a little kind of mind reading trick. I was going to do a rope trick, but this rope's way too long. I don't know where I put my shorter ropes. Yeah, this one's way too long. I could probably... All right, I'll have to find something some other time. That's none of my damn business. I don't know about your different sized ropes. Hey, it's ordinary rope like you'd find in any bedroom. Color the back of the cards to match the number, and it changes based on which card you pull. If that's not it, then it's sorcery. It could be sorcery. Is that great Tim mentioned in your shirt? Yes. Okay, that was a miracle for sure. No other way to retract limbs like that. Yep, it's what I worked hardest at, being able to retract limbs like that. Here, let me see if I can find... Let me slip over into the magic room here. All right, so 2 quick things, just for fun. I found a shorter piece of rope, and so there's a couple things that I like doing with rope, which is if you take and you wrap this around your thumb, and you make a little loop like that, it's how you can practice like threading a needle by just running it through right there. Hopefully that's able to be seen. And the reason it works is because even though you could inspect this and everything else, there's actually like a secret hole in the rope. So that if I take the rope and wrap it around my neck and tie it like this, I can usually pull it right through my neck. So yeah, that's that. Then this is, it's not really a magic trick. And I'm not going to do the whole thing because I haven't practiced it and I don't remember the whole routine. But I love this. It's like for kids shows, but I like showing it to adults. So we talk about it as if it's for teaching colors. So you've got red on this side like a stop sign and yellow on the other side. And for those who are wondering, yes, this is in fact a flexahexagon. And so you have red on one side, you have yellow on the other side, And it'd be really nice if there was blue on the other side, but there's not because I only have red and yellow. And the interesting thing for me is that red and yellow are the colors that make orange, because orange is what happens when you mix red and yellow. And similarly, if you have blue and red, you get purple, because purple is made up, purple is made up of blue and red. And if you had, there we go. If you had yellow, I can't even do this. If you had yellow and blue, yellow and blue mixed together to make green, because green is a mix of yellow and blue. And so you can go through all this, yellow and blue, but I can't show you that because I only have red and yellow. It's a fun little thing. Yeah, you can't see green, but I haven't performed this in ages. I'm not going to remember the routine. And to me, it's not really magic because I'm familiar with flexahexagons. And so you can actually make a flexahexagon in order to do this. But flexahexagons are so cool and fun that I like sharing it. All right. My green's broken. And it was all green screen, actually. It's just green on both sides, and I switch it to whatever color I want. So yeah, it's a trick done with cameras. Do a trick with a magic word, abracan, no, you're done. Well, I think I'll pass on that. I didn't get to see the green. So let me, see, it says red and yellow. Whoops. Wow. So there's the green. Oh, nice. Cool. So anyway, yeah, for the people who are interested, you can go look up flexahexagons. Step 1, steel stop sign. Nice. I don't know what I'm doing in Isaac right now because I've got 1 bomb, 2 keys. I don't have any way of really getting any more cash. And I'm not sure where the secret room is. So we're going to use 1 bomb. No, we're not. We're going to leave. Never use your last bomb. And I've only got 2 keys, and I'm going to need them for the item room in the next floor. Even though I'm pretty sure there's a super secret room right here, we're just not going to go for it because it might just be full of hearts. And that doesn't do me any good. Oh, there was a tinted rock in the boss room, and I missed it until right at the very end. Now hold your breath underwater for 17 minutes. I think I'll pass. Is David Blaine even a magician anymore? He's more of a stuntman. He's a showman. And he's really good at, managing an audience and promoting, and he did some genius things for magic. But I mean, I know guys that work with him and help develop the tricks. So, have you ever tried stand-up? Well, no, not in the sense that I've walked into a comedy club and stood in front of a mic, but I've done, comedy bits while on stage. I think the biggest reason I haven't done stand-up is because I kind of work extemporaneously, and I don't have the discipline to write a set, memorize a set, time a set. I would need to be more of and I'm okay at improv stuff, but I don't think I would be good in a proper improv scenario. David Blaine is one of the best out there at some stuff. I don't think he's the best magician or at creating magic, but he's definitely one of the best at selling it and at promoting it. He's pretty much like a modern day Barnum. Magic is making the human mind believe. Yeah, magic is understanding how you fool yourself and helping you do it. Someone boos Matt during stand-up, you know what Matt will say? I don't care. Still crack up that episode where you and another host read the bit about kissing Hank's ass. That was me and Don Baker, I believe. You could be an insult comic. Not really, because I don't just like tossing out insults. I mean, even for amusement. There are many people who'd be way better at it. But so the answer to the stand-up question is, I don't know, yes and no. I mean, I have friends who are stand-up comedians that seem to think I'd do okay at it. I never have. I think I could do it now because I know I wouldn't be getting nervous at all. Whereas once upon a time, I mean, the whole reason I didn't become a preacher is because I was terrified of public speaking. And clearly, that's no longer an issue. I think if anything, I'm terrified of public shutting up. I really need some soul hearts so that maybe we can protect a devil deal here. Oh, that was a really good timing on that fart. You just cost me a devil deal. I thought my timing was going to be great to avoid that dude, and the fart knocked me back into him. That's hardly fair. Well, retrovision's not really useful for me. Alright, so we've lost a whole heart, and we pretty much have no chance at a devil deal now. And our game looks like crap. So, hooray for a fart and me being sloppy. Can I get more than one coin? Or am I just going to get the one coin? Wait, didn't we have this last time? In this Pisces? Let me double check it because I don't think it was that useful. No, it's Gemini. Ah. Well, I'll take it because it's a passive. Probably just going to be re-rolling actives. I mean, that's part of the reason I have the D6. All right. I don't like Nightlight, and I don't have the money for it anyway. At what point did you feel confident enough, or I guess knowledgeable enough to begin public speaking, debating? Probably so the show helped because the show I'm doing in the early days of the show, we were in a studio with no audience. So it was literally just like me and Ashley and 3 cameras pointed at us and crew. And so you're on the phone with people, you're having conversations. And so it's a really good way to test and prep for public speaking. But the first time I had to give a press conference on the steps of the Capitol for the ACA as president, I was nervous. And the first time I gave a public lecture where there were, a crowd showing up, I was nervous for that. That went away over time. And it turns out the only thing I was then nervous about was magic shows where I was doing a new trick for the very first time. And that was always about, oh, have you practiced enough and everything else. And it turns out the public speaking, the secret to it is easy. I've talked about this before. If you're not trying to bullshit anybody, if you're not trying to pretend you know something you don't, if you're just stating what your view is and what your understanding of things are, honestly, and you're willing to be corrected or other stuff, there's nothing to be afraid of because there's people who are going to like you or not like you based on what you say, whether you're right or not. And so what's the worst thing that can happen is, oh, I said something that was wrong. Somebody corrected me, and now I acknowledge the correction and move on. I guess there are worse things that could happen in that I could piss somebody off enough where they get violent. But I mean, that's not worth being afraid of with regard to public speaking. And so if you're willing to say, I don't know, when you don't know, there's nothing to be afraid of. My arm is really sore today I got my second Moderna shot yesterday, and it's really sore, but I don't feel bad. Just joined. How are you feeling? So there's your answer, the ungodly atheist. I'm feeling okay, still a little under the weather, and sore from the shot. Any events planned with Pangburn after COVID? No. There are no events planned with Pangburn. And we don't know when after COVID is, so how could you plan something? I don't know how you could plan for after COVID when we don't know. Kind of sad that I know a lot about Randy's great work as a skeptic, but never saw him do a magic trick. That is sad. You could go watch the event that he and I did together, because, I mean, I guess you mean in person, never saw him do a magic trick, because you could see him do a magic trick in the event that we did in person. It looks better than the old retrospect. At what point did you feel confident? Okay, I answered that. You are against religion, correct? Why would you become a preacher if you're against religion? Okay, Trading Bob. I was a Southern Baptist fundamentalist Christian studying to be a preacher, and that's when I found my way out of religion. After that, I didn't try to become a preacher. Certainly, I'm not a preacher on behalf of religion. I was a fundamentalist Southern Baptist, and now I'm not. Okay. It's just strange to have somebody come up and post as their first thing a link to a discussion I had with Dawkins and be confused about who I am or something. So, all right. Glad to see you're out of bed. Yes, that took a while. Got my first shot, so that was a small prick for a small prick with us. Nice. We're not to be family friendly here, but try not to be gross or overshare. I'd like to get better at public speaking. It's practice. It's a skill. Like it's about getting comfortable in your own skin and doing it, just as it would be for any performance. People who get stage fright, you can get to the point where you manage that. There may be people who will always have some stage fright, but even for most people, I think the repetition of doing it and getting comfortable with it eases off the stage fright to where all you're ever really worried about is, am I going to screw this up? I know I can do it. I'm not sure I will do it. Wow. Heartburn stuff. I need to go run down and get some iced tea real quick. Is it really the more you do it, the more you're honest, you get better? I think so, absolutely. Trading Bob is a troll. Well, I don't know that. How do you approach situations, debates, when you're pretty sure you have a good argument for or against a position, but you don't quite remember all the details? And if you miss or misremember a detail, you'll most likely be called out for it. Then I don't bring up those, or I point out, I may have the details wrong and I'm happy to correct this at a later time, but here's my thoughts. I mean, I struggle with memory issues on occasion. I mean, there's loads of bullshit trivia in my head, some of which I wouldn't mind getting rid of, but Rax says government always has the people's best interests in mind. They would never do anything to harm people. Rax, are you a troll? You've posted 2 messages in the entire time you've been in my chat. And one of them is an absolute bullshit statement about government, but also, and the other one says Darwin was friends with Disney. Can you explain Bayesian analysis in the context of religion vis-a-vis your debate with Blake Junta? I tried Googling and don't see much info on how it relates to religion. I am not an expert at Bayesian analysis, and I disagree with how it's being used on a number of occasions because, and the short version is this, Bayesian analysis is only as good as the priors that you use. Basically, you do a statistical analysis. It's great in statistical analysis, but when we're talking about we have one universe to explore and examine, nothing else to compare it to, then for me, I don't know how you can do a Bayesian analysis to determine how likely it is that the one and only universe we can experience was likely to have been created by a god. It would seem to me that you would need priors to show what universes look like that aren't created by a god and what universes look like that are created by a god, which presumes the very thing you're trying to demonstrate. As someone who's not an expert on Bayesian analysis, I'm not going to be going any deeper than that, other than I think there are areas where it doesn't apply, and that single instance historic events like the creation of the universe or the purported resurrection of Jesus, I don't think those things apply. And also, this is where I disagree a little with Richard Carrier, because he uses Bayesian analysis with regard to the historicity of Jesus to reach the conclusion that Jesus almost certainly didn't exist. And he does a really good job of showing what his priors are and how he's giving the most leeway he can on priors. I'm just not wholly convinced that it doesn't make the same mistake of applying to a single instance. And it could be that you could say, okay, we're looking at all the claimed people who've existed, some of whom did exist and some of whom didn't. So that gives us our statistical input. But when we're talking about an individual person, it's unique enough for that person that I don't know that it applies. If we canonize secular humanists like saints, who would you consider your top 4 or Mount Rushmore? Thanks, Paulie. I'm going to run down and get an iced tea, and I will think about that. But I tell you what, my knee-jerk reaction is that the instant secular humanism starts canonizing saints, I'm going to be finding something else or anything like saints. I don't think that we should be viewing people like that. I'm happy with giving out an award, Humanist of the Year, for somebody who's representing the best of humanism. But I don't know that I know enough about everybody and what all they're doing to say, here's a person who's truly one of the best of us. And also, I've been repeatedly disappointed and to discover some people that I thought were awesome are not. So I'm opposed to saints. I think there are some people that generally I trust and are doing good. Like, I think Gail Jordan would be high up on the list, but I'm pretty sure Gail would agree with me that we shouldn't be having anything like saints. Who in your mind deserves an award like that? I just named one. So I'll be right back. I gotta get some tea. what happens when you're sick for a couple days. I didn't have any iced tea, so I had to make a new pitcher. So I have water, but I have water in my new color-changing cup, which is actually color changed to green, but it looks black on the screen. So that was interesting. And I just realized what time it was and the fact that my sugar was starting to get low and I hadn't eaten. So I'm going to have a hot dog. Ilya, I don't know who you're referring to or what you mean when you say that's a contradictory statement. Was it something I said, something somebody else said? Anyway, are you planning to do a hang up or anything on the Derek Chauvin trial? I might mention it. I hadn't planned on it. Would you be willing to give your thoughts on it a bit? I think that was a just verdict. Specifically, I'm a little scared there might be pushback from any hardcore conservative police officers and a few more liberal police officer friends I have across the country. They feel like the jury decision was more political instead of just, which seems to be the Fox News angle. Okay, well, some of his own officers testified against him, and I'm not worried about that sort of backlash. I'm worried about justice, and this is just in my view. Look at the story where Hitchens tried to bring scotch into Penn Jillette's house and Penn made him leave it outside. I know Penn doesn't drink, but I'm surprised that Penn wouldn't let him bring it in the house. Especially since they sell liquor at the Penn and Teller show. Teller remains silent on the issue. Funny. Maybe Penn views it as there's a difference between his house and the studio, which there is. Absolutely, he can have whatever rules he wants in his house. It's just a little surprising. Not what you said, don't worry. Okay, I'm just trying to keep up, because if you don't tag anybody, I don't know who you're talking to. So thanks, Ilya. The fairest sentence would be to allow a 200-pound man to put his knee on his neck while handcuffed. No, that would not be a fair sentence. We're not bound to the stupid, unjust eye for an eye. That's, an eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind. Killing the killer isn't justice. It's so funny that I picked out my color-changing glass that turns green when I'm on the green screen. It's so weird. Favorite documentaries on faith, atheism, or humanism? I don't know that I have any favorite documentaries on those. I've actually been repeatedly disappointed by documentaries on those. Including, and I don't mean this as an offense to anybody, I mean, these guys, they did the work and they did a good job, but there's a documentary that's essentially about me and the atheist community of Austin. And I thought it portrayed the opposition as a weak stereotype. It went after the worst of Christianity and portrayed it as if it were the norm. you like the James Randi documentary biography that came out somewhat recently? Do you mean... I have several copies of it. Normally there's one copy of it right here, which is the copy that Randy gave me. I just don't know where it is. But yes, it's called An Honest Liar, and I really liked it. I wish there was more. Just makes you look like you're drinking a potion of liquid death. Nice. All right, I do this in honor of thee. Have you ever seen the movie Marjo? Yes. The evangelist admitted in a documentary that he was a fake. Yes, but him admitting he was a fake doesn't mean the rest of them are, even though it increases the likelihood a little bit. All right. We are 8 minutes into this run, and yet it has taken, I don't know, an hour to get that 8 minutes done. I'm going to try to actually play through the game for a little while to see, if I can actually play the game. Go ahead. That's the nice thing about Gemini. I can just hide behind a wall and let it kill. That's sack lunch? Bag lunch. I don't remember. I'm not good with trinkets, but I'm especially not good with some of the older trinkets. So bag lunch is every time you take damage, you have a very small chance to spawn the lunch item, and then it goes away. All right. No reason not to pick that up then. Religious? Bomar's dog. Religious was okay. There was a little bit of it was good for what it did, and it was funny. It wasn't fair in every regard, but you're not going to expect it to be fair. I don't get the joke about having to refer to me as Mr. Mad Dillon, but okay. Jesus Camp was disturbing, and probably Jesus Camp was probably the best of the documentaries like that. But yeah. Problem is, Bill Maher has issues with science and humanism as well. Hell House is a great companion piece to Jesus Camp. I agree. Hell House is probably one of my favorites. Wow, I didn't even see that shot. This is what happens when you get Gemini, because Gemini and his tether, when he's directly in front of you, will sometimes block visibility on shots, and that's exactly what happened. So now we've lost yet another chance for a double deal. I'm just not finding soul hearts and tinted rocks. Although, it could be that I'm just playing sloppily. Actually, let's just go with that. The truth is, not particularly good at Isaac. Secret room. Nope. Damn. I don't know why it's not the secret room. It won't be this. Won't be that. I guess it could be here. I don't want to waste too many bombs. If I do this, maybe I can get that heart. There we go. That was a pretty good play. All right. Well, we're not going to get a devil deal almost certainly, but we'll just go ahead and do the boss. Duke of Flies, not bad. And Gemini will be really good for this because he will mow through some of those flies. Yeah, I couldn't have asked for a better familiar. for the Duke of Flies fight. Safety pen we will take because evil range speed shot, evil range and shot speed up. And we'll go on down. Devil's Playground is also really fascinating. I don't know if I've seen it. It's about the Amish tradition of Rumspringa. Maybe I may have seen it. I can't really remember. I watch a lot of documentaries. Whenever you say Gemini, I can't help think Jim saying, yeah, what about us? Yes, I love that. Jim's out on his boat, so hooray. Do you see patriotism as religion? I have atheist friends that are extremely patriotic. They understand religion as only belief in a God. So, no, I don't think patriotism is religion, but I can see jingoism as religion. Because patriotism can take many forms. I'm patriotic, but that doesn't mean that I'm accepting of my government dogmatically. It doesn't mean that I don't want things to change. To me, dissent is patriotic. And so when we have a country that is supposed to have church-state separation and it keeps getting violated, what's patriotic is for me to stand up for the Constitution and how the Constitution is supposed to be implemented. Jingoism is patriotism taken as the dogmatic view that we're number one. And that, I think, can easily be viewed as a religion. But I don't think patriotism is a religion. Sometimes patriotism is silly in the same way that having liking the sports team from the town that you were born in. I was born in Kansas City, so I'm a Royals fan. Well, that's kind of stupid because there's nothing about the Royals that's necessarily Kansas City other than that's where they're located. And there's nothing about you that ties you to the Kansas City Royals other than that's where you happen to be born. So that kind of, geographic fandom is different. My patriotism for the United States is about the Constitution and and how I view the Constitution and what it can be and should be as the ideal goal to strive for. So I don't think that patriotism is necessarily religious, but jingoism is certainly closer to that. Was the French Revolution jingoistic? I don't know. Just going to dodge that question by saying I don't know enough to make a determination there. Host a group chat with your YouTube. Oh, that's an advertisement. I thought somebody was asking me to do an event. All right, sorry, my phone buzzed, and when my phone buzzes, sometimes it's nonsense and garbage, and sometimes it's important. I was getting ready to move to Boston after years in New York City. Someone said, you have to become a Red Sox fan, and I said, the Boston Red Sox can kiss my New York ass. I don't care about sports either. Ooh, and now you can see that the level of green has gone down a little and is starting to fade. Although at the bottom, it's still cold. Just like the New York Yankees is an objective determination. Could be. All right, so here we are. Nice. Just going to let Jim and I eat the hell out of that guy. And actually, I didn't even see that we had red fires or I would not have been standing here doing this. Let's put Jim and I here to eat this one real quick. We finally have a soul heart, even though it's a black one. I don't want to risk losing it, so. Oh, I almost picked that up. We want to come back for that later, that eternal heart. Nice, give me more coins. I'll take all the coins. Any debates coming up? Yeah, actually, I've worked out a deal with Modern Day Debates. I'm going to give them one more chance because they've made some changes to their policies on chat and stuff. And we have a debate tentatively scheduled for June on whether there's good evidence for God. And I'm, depending on how that debate goes, is going to determine whether or not I ever do another debate with Modern Day Debates. One of the reasons that I decided to give him a second chance, not only to, I like James, and I've had, managed to produce some content and had some good debates there, but I did the debate with Pints with Aquinas, and their chat was as bad or worse. And so now and I don't see this happening except for when I'm there. There's a group of trolls who are so absolutely irritated that they can't prove me wrong or can't argue against me, that they just show up in chat and spam and call me a Nazi and all kinds of names and everything else. And so I think it's those same people showed up over at the Pints with Aquinas thing. So I don't think it's necessarily fair to say, oh, the Modern Day Debates crowd is awful. I think there's a crowd that are specifically like hopping around, following me around to just spam and be awful. And the problem is that Modern Day Debates wasn't moderating to shut that down. Yeah. So since I'm never over there, I don't see how the chat is for other debates, but I think it's always worse when I'm there. And, but that's also, it's hard to judge whether it's because I'm there or what, because if you look at Modern Day Debates views, I don't want to get it wrong, and I don't want to talk out of my ass. So let me just go to YouTube real quick. And if you go to Modern Day Debates, basically the debates that I'm in, let's just look at their channel. We'll go to all the videos and we'll sort them by most popular. So, most popular video on their channel is me debating inspiring philosophy, 231,000 views. And number 2 is me and David Wood. And number 3 is me and Ray Comfort. And number 4 is me and Stuart Connectley. And number 5 is me and Josh against Cliff and Stewart. Number 6 is Vosh and Destiny versus Stryker and Allsup. Number 7 is me with Jonathan McClatchy. 8 is me. 9 is me. 10 is Destiny and Vosh. 11 is Kent Hovind and Professor Dave. And then there's a couple others with me further down that aren't quite as well. But the minimum views, if I'm on from these that are, even some of the ones that are older, seem to be like 35,000 views. Whereas when you get down below that, I mean, like, is veganism a moral obligation with Cosmic Skeptic? 16,000 views. Smalley debated is Christian belief rational? 13,000 views. So if I'm on there, the audience is somewhere between double their norm or average to as much as almost a quarter million views. And so, this isn't me bragging or anything. It's just, I'm one of, if not the biggest draw on that channel. I'm fine with that, but I didn't want to be lending my name and support to a channel that wasn't going to try to shut down chat where people were just shit talking and name calling all the time. I mean, it's really bad. But I like the opportunity and I like the fact that there's debates. So I want to make sure that I'm not supporting something that's awful. And if people aren't actually showing up because they're interested in debate, that's a problem. The thing is, 230,000 views on my debate with Inspiring Philosophy. There aren't 231,000 trolls. There are maybe a dozen. It's just that there was nobody reining them in at all. So, good Christians in the chat, like Basement Dweller, who called you and Jeff D and said, yeah, I think you guys need to get your dicks out of each other. Oh, yeah. Your big names, so it makes sense you don't have a troll fan group. It kind of does. Modern Day Debates had potential as a chat mod during Matt's debate. He taunted Matt till the other mods removed him. Yeah, I complained about that. It's one thing to have no moderation and allow people to say shit. It's another thing when the moderators themselves are attacking the guest. The guest, who, by the way, is the biggest draw on your entire channel. And there's not much reason for me to go back and do it. I can do a debate on my own channel and get all the money. And just, you know. But I've been tried to be supportive of smaller channels. Because my channel's not monetized. My YouTube channel has never been monetized. That needs to change, but finally got your Dr. Pepper with cream soda. Nice. Is it safe to say you've crushed every debater who's ever gone against you? I don't know. Seems inevitable, considering you have reason on your side and very good at what you do. Thank you, but I don't look at debates as win-lose, and I don't look at them as crushing. I will say that I've always acknowledged there is a debate that I can say I lost, not on the merits, but in style, and that was the first debate that I did with Cliff Connectley, because I'd been in bed sick, so I just sat there and kind of read my thing. But I came back and did another debate with Cliff. Cliff was animated and entertaining and sincere, and I was kind of dull. That Mcconaughey debate was wild, the way that guy stormed off, but at least he came back. Yeah, but then he just keeps talking shit. Like Mcconaughey's one of the ones who comes into chat to talk shit about me while I'm debating and about how I'm dodging. And I'm like, bitch, you walked out of a debate and I told people not to give you shit about it. And now you're coming in talking shit about me in chat. Fuck Mcconaughey. Whiny little shit. Honestly, I've not seen you lose a debate yet. Well, that's a matter of opinion. And it's one that I'm not really concerned about. I mean, if you do polls and you happen to get more people that are predominantly on one side, you know. If the trolls or insulters make you leave the platform, didn't they technically reach their goal? Yeah, but the thing is, if I'm the most significant draw on the platform, they're killing the platform. There's no way for modern day debates to grow significantly if there's not a big draw on there. So they're also, they didn't stop me from debating. They stopped me from debating at modern day debates. I still went on and debated with Pints with Aquinas, and I have a big enough fucking audience and platform that I'm already starting my own debate show. So why would I go to modern day debates or Pints with Aquinas or anybody else if I can just say, nope, we're doing it here. And then, you know, I'll pay people to come debate me and keep the difference. I've been, most of my time on the internet has either been pure educational or promoting other people who want to be about education. And if you don't want to be about that, I ain't promoting it. Yeah, Arn Rage quit, but I didn't see it and I didn't get all the details, but I think he was probably right. And I think what he figured out is, you know, basically, hey, this is a waste of time. And he has every right to say, you know what? I'd rather not have my time wasted. I will say that I'm going to start, up until now, I haven't cared who my opponent was. I just cared about the topic and the format, and let's go. Because I wanted to be able to take on pretty much anybody. There are a couple of exceptions when I found out that somebody was awful or full of shit. Okay, I won't. But now I'm going to vet my opponents a little bit because I don't want to wind up on there with someone like Sal again, who says, yes, I'll debate Pascal's wager, and then doesn't talk about Pascal's wager until the last couple sentences of his opening. I already have theme music, intro music, Julie. I don't need a revert working of authority song, but I appreciate it. All right. Oh, we don't want E. coli. We're going to well, maybe we do want E. coli. Now that turns normal enemies into poop if they touch you, and I don't want to be touched that way. Ooh, so we re-roll it. I think that's scatter bombs, and I think that's bad too. Why can't I get good stuff? Gives me 5 bombs and cause your bombs to explode into 2 to 4 tiny bombs. Yeah. Which basically just increases the likelihood that I'm going to blow myself up. It's less likely to bomb yourself now. If I don't have another option, I might take them, but I think we have enough. Like, we haven't even found the store yet, and we may have enough rooms to clear to be able to re-roll that again. So I'll pass it for now, but thanks, Funny. Of course, it keeps giving me empty rooms like this. Pretty sure there's a secret room right here. But I don't know. Damn it. All right, well, we got our hit points up thing. And we didn't lose our double deal. Because we had a black heart to protect us, and so we only took half. So that's nice. Let's see what's in the store. Maybe there's a battery. There is a battery. So we may get to re-roll that twice. Let's hope there's 4 rooms left to clear. Wow. Wow, did you see that? Oh, of course you saw that jump. You guys are watching me play. That was an insane jump. Hey, I'll take petrified poop. I think I have to leave the room and come back for petrified poop to take its effect. Or that may only count. That may only be the case for like the Larry poops. I know if you used to be the case if you shot Larry poops, they weren't considered actual poops until you left the room and came back, and then they would be considered regular poops. Is there an item that negates bomb damage? Yes, there's a couple of them. There's one of them actually where bombs heal you. Actually wanted to teach a philosophy of professional wrestling course dealing with the ethics of the industry. Well, that would be interesting. Because it's changed quite a bit. I mean, you know, back in the old days of, you know, hazing and everything being run by the boys, and Undertaker, you know, basically being the judge on a court, to a lot of things have changed. Might be able to put you in touch with Mr. Kennedy. I don't know if he's interested or not, but yeah, Ken's an acquaintance and friend acquaintance of mine, but he left out the second one. Gospel of Jesus doesn't come from the Dead Sea Scrolls. Dead Sea Scrolls are important to the historical context of the Bible because it has various apocryphal stories that are in the Bible. I think you mean apocryphal stories that weren't in the Bible. Gospel of Judas. There weren't any Gospels in the Dead Sea Scrolls. They're older than that. Gospel of Judas. Genetically modified skeptic did a good video. It's wow. Dead Sea Scrolls are just that. Scroll. All right, I'd have to go check that out. The Undertaker sucks too. Unfortunately, he endorsed the Blue Lives Matter bullshit. Well, all right, fuck it. All right. Anyway, if you have questions, tag me. I'm going to try to keep actually playing the game. All right, so we have the boss fight there. So I don't think we're going to have 3 rooms. There's almost nothing in the store, but let's at least go over here and see if I can get 3 more rooms to clear out. Definitely putting a bomb right here, though. All right. I'll take 6 cents. Oh, just one more room. Do we have to do the challenge room in order to do this? I think we're going to have to do the challenge room just to charge up my battery. I don't want to do the curse room because I don't want to hurt my devil deal chances. That's weird because the secret room can't be below us. It can't be above us. Does All Elite Wrestling have a future? As far as I know, it has a great future. It's the first legitimate competitor to WWE since WCW. Damn it! Please don't let me take damage. Please don't let me take damage. Please let me find another soul heart. All right. That was a little too risky. So we're going to double check for soul hearts. We're going to be able to re-roll part of that, but I'm also, yeah, I'm looking for tinted rocks. I don't see any, but the secret room can't be above us or below us. We could blast and get that key, but we're doing okay. That room, nothing to do. I suppose the secret room could be off to the side of that. Like right here is a possibility, but I don't think so. I'm going to re-roll this first. Oh my god, and that teleport 2.0. No, it's just teleport. So now we're going to go to the store and buy a battery. I mean, okay, there's the secret room. Okay. We might play that depending on what we get out of the store. We're going to buy the battery. Or do I re-roll the store? I think the only time I'd want to re-roll the store is if there were a couple of big items. Please be good. We'll take it. Ouija board is Spectral Tears. That means I can shoot through rocks and stuff. And that is a huge update. Or upgrade. I would have loved to get PhD so I could maybe check out some of these pills that are here. Question is, do I play the fortune machine? I got 5 bombs left. Okay, so there's no super secret room attached to this one. There can't be one attached to this one. Super secret room could be here. If it's not, though, it is. Hooray. I don't think that's good for me, but I'll take a look. That is Rainbow Worm gives your tears a random worm effect every few seconds. No. I don't like taking random. All right, let me catch up on chat real quick. I was a huge fan of Sting, especially during Starcade 7. Is Sting awful too? I mean, I know there's a lot of right-wing guys in there, and I just found out that Jericho's garbage, so... Nice, Farsarg. I appreciate that. I'm glad it was useful. I'm glad you were able to successfully do that, I mean. How do you deal with people that aren't convinced we are sharing a reality, or that reality might not be objective, but just a subjective interpretation of your senses? I ignore them. If somebody can't agree that we're going to have a discussion as if we're sharing a reality, there's no sense in talking to them. I'm happy to try and find out why they don't think that or what it would take to convince them, but I'm not going to have an argument beyond that as long as they maintain that notion. Because it always gives them the option to just say, well, I'll just deny the reality. Favorite wrestler is Big Van Vader? Wow. What's the closest thing to real magic? Magnets. I have a mutual friend, and it's not Ken, who knows Sting and told me some interesting stories about Sting at Dragon Con, which was fun, but I can't share them. Yeah, while Chris Jericho's views are awful, I still maintain that his entry into the WWF with the countdown clock and going up against The Rock toe-to-toe on the mic as his entrance. I mean, Raw is Jericho. That entrance and that song was the best moment for me of somebody being introduced to the WWE. It's just like I completely marked out for that. And it's one of the reasons why I was a huge fan of Jericho for so long. What a tease regarding Sting. It's not a big deal. It's just, there's not many stories about Sting, and so that is weird. I don't know if it counts as magical. Plus, I don't know if it's as accessible as watching magnets work and all the cool things that magnets can do, including, mag love stuff. I rarely speak in absolutes, and the question has subjective terms that need to be defined, but do you think religion can make anyone a better person? Anyone? So I'm gonna there's two ways to read that, which is one, is religion capable of making any person better? No. There are some people that I don't think religion will impact. But is it possible for religion to make someone better? Are there people that are made better by religion? Yes, absolutely. It's just they're not as good as they could be. And in many cases, it also makes them worse in other areas. I have a friend who claims he isn't convinced that we share reality, but also isn't convinced that we don't. Okay, but if you can't agree on the reality that you share, then you can't agree on logic. You can't agree on reason. You can't agree on any of the things. You can't agree on any data or anything else. So if that's where they are, then everything that you present becomes just something that they can either say, okay, I accept that without any grounding, or I reject that without any grounding. And yeah, I have no interest in that conversation. Go be awesome, Sunnyside. I'll talk to you later. All right, so we're not picking that up. So our entrance into the super secret was a complete waste of time. And we picked up Ouija board, so we have the boss fight. I really want to get a soul heart. That was the big reason for looking for the secret rooms. I may take this pill, just in case it's like balls of steel.
Hematemesis.
It's not. It is. Why did hematemesis cause 3 of my hearts just to fall out? I don't recall that being what it does. Empties all but 1 red heart container and spawns 1 to 4 hearts on the floor. Spawns coins to keeper. All right, well, at least it gave him back and it didn't reduce my devil deal chance. I don't think there's anything else to do but try to have a perfect boss fight. So let's hope for like Pen. Something where I have a really good chance of having a perfect boss fight and not... Okay. So once again, if I can just dodge. Oh, you dumb motherfucker! You were so close to winning and it being perfect. And you strafed just a little too close to one friggin' spider. God, I suck so bad. All right, next floor. On that. Because the bomb's worth a nickel. What about the other one some other time? Damn it. Tried to get past just in case it was a brimstone. Just got a little sloppy. I think it might be because I'm sitting around having conversations instead of, playing the game. Move the fires so that I don't take damage while trying to kill these guys. I can't kill you if you don't come down here. How do you kill this guy? Come on, game. This is bullshit. If he doesn't come down the wall past the midpoint and I can't get above... I mean, I know I can shoot diagonally with... That was bullshit. All right, at least somehow we're still at 100% for a devil deal. So now we need soul hearts badly. God, don't blow me up. This is the problem with Gemini, is that it's always going to be near. And so if it attacks a bomb close to you, you're taking damage. There we go. I hate spikes. Oh boy. Oh, that's bullshit. And my devil deal chance is pretty much gone, thanks to your puking up creep that I didn't know you did. Thanks for blocking, though, Gemini. That's good. Yep. 3 hits of damage from that shit. All right, we'll take left hand, because that's the only way I'm going to get anything good. Wow! Holy shit. We're going to die in this room. Okay. We buy everything except for BOGO and use the coupon to get BOGO for free. That means I'm going to want to use that battery first to reroll. All right. Well, let's hope for the best. Okay, so we're not doing the boss fight yet. So we need to find the item room. I think this is where the super secret room is, and with 7 bombs, I'm just going to try it now. Because it could be full of hearts. It's not, but it has at least one. Oh, I didn't even see the ragman. I'm running around here, and there's a ragman in here, and I'm not seeing it. Take another one of those. Luck up if you could. Wheel of Fortune. Let's just put that in here. And we've got a potential couple rerolls. Is the chat room real? It's just loose to say what's real. That should be the secret room. Although not much in there to really grab. tired of taking bad damage. But, well, at least they're not brimstoners. Helps if I shoot the right direction. Like, I wasn't even aiming the right direction for half of that fight. Wow. Jesus. It's like I'm relying on Gemini and not even aiming properly. Alright, let's check this. Isn't that the remote control that changes which character we are? My microphone arm is... Oh, I know what I could do. Sorry, clicker. When you use this item, will randomly change you into another character. Remove the last item you pick up. All stats change. All stat changes the new character. Yeah, I don't want that. Don't want it. I've seen the Dogma boss fight many times, but I don't. The theme did not stick in my head as something special. I mean, I've heard it, but. Okay, so Dead Onion. Is just bigger tears. Yeah, that's crap. So we're going to want to reroll that. Also, we have... Oh, we need to pick up the batteries and stuff before we go into the dice room, the die room. Just in case. Ooh, almost ran right into that. All right, so we pick up the die, or we pick up the coupon. We use the coupon. Get Humbling Bundle. Then we re-roll the coupon for Jar of Flies. Yeah, we're not taking Jar of Flies either. When do you think the world will be mostly atheistic? Not while I'm alive. Maybe 100 years. I think we'll be over 50%, maybe. Jar of Flies is good, very good. Is it better than the D6? I don't think it's better than the D6. But let's go see which dice room this is. Because if it re-roll, if we get something that like re-rolls all pedestal items on the floor, all of a sudden I don't have to use that D6. Although I don't have any more charges for it anyway. Oops, that's not the way. You think humans will even be around in 100 years the way climate change is progressing? I don't know. I just begin with the assumption that we will, and then work it out from there. So D4. Look it up. 4 rerolls any item pedestals on the floor like the D6 would. So we literally got the thing that I was hoping for. So yeah. Let's open both of these and hope they don't teleport me to the Devil Deal room. All right. All right, here we go. We're re-rolling the whole floor. Nice. All right, Hematemesis I can drop. We pick up the left hand again. Now we've got another charge, which means now we got... This just got re-rolled, so we'll see what's in here. That's atomic tear, or that's anti-gravity tears, and I think that is absolute shit most of the time. Yeah. So I'm going to re-roll this item. I don't have any idea what that is. Maybe it's new. Yes, it is new. It is Play-Doh Cookie. Your individual tiers each gain a random effect from either poison, fear, slow freeze, charm, burning, homing, bleeding, double damage, or reduced damage. I think because the reduced damage is low enough that we'll take that because it's a passive. Tasty Rainbow. And also freeze, charm, burning, homing, bleeding. So it doesn't have the acidic tears. So we pick up this battery, and then we'll go back to this, to the other room that has an item. And we reroll this one too. Oh, it's now Duplopia. Shit. That's actually a tough call. One-time use item, which when used will duplicate any pedestal items or consumables in the current room. I should have come and checked this first because I could have grabbed Diplopia, gone over to the other room, duplicated it, and then re-rolled both of them. But now I can't do that, and there's no way I'm leaving my D6 here just for a Diplopia that I can maybe use. Okay, we leave this here. Wait, what floor are we on? Catacombs 2. We're probably not going to get a devil deal. But we should take Diplopia so that we can duplicate whatever we get from the boss fight or the devil deal, and then come back and get the D6 to potentially reroll it. That, I think, is the smart play. Double check in here. Have you been in the cursed room? You can go there via the secret room. I don't know if there'd be anything in there to really get, but sure. Okay. There's a bomb down the drain, but nice. Yeah, it could have been an item, especially with left hand, so thanks for that. Hang on. I went the exact wrong way. Oh, because I was asked about the secret room. All right. Let's fight the boss and hope we do okay. The Hollow. Wow, what the fuck is that? That thing fucking insta-attacked me the second I stepped in the room. It was aimed directly at me. That was the game being just mean. Okay, so this placenta, which hit points up and gives a chance to heal half a heart every 60 seconds. So we're probably going to take that, but we want to go back and get diplopia, and we'll duplicate it. Oh, we have diplopia. I'm an idiot. And so we didn't get a devil deal. We diplopia that. We're going to take one of them. We're going to go back and get our D6. We're going to re-roll the other one, the other placenta. We'll take that passive hit point supper up and move on down. It probably would have been better to take 2 placentas, but I wanted to re-roll one of them. I don't know if the regen stacks either. Aw. Taking damage when you don't need to. Tears down. Well, thanks for that. We don't need that. Just let me keep my left hand. They call me Trinity. Trinity is still my name. Left hand of the devil. We already lost our devil deal chance. I need to be able to turn one down, so maybe we can start. Oh my god. Okay, so first of all, we blast down here because that could be the secret room too. I'm not opening any of them yet. And the reason for that is if we find this room could be insanely trolly or the best room ever. Yeah, I was thinking about Yara. Yeah, if we Yara this could be like the most insane room ever. So let's see what we can find on the rest of the floor. Yeah, Yara will duplicate all of those chests. It doesn't duplicate pedestal items the way Diplopia does, but it will duplicate pickups, which includes the chests. And each of the duplicate chests will essentially be identical in its type of content. So like any of those chests that have items, the duplicate chest will also have an item. Of course, that means that when I find the chest that has the troll bomb, the duplicate chest will also have the troll bombs. How did this open when that guy's not dead? That's wild. Oh my god, that guy jumped from the top of the screen. We are never going to get a devil deal. Take luck up.
Luck up.
How many achievements are left? Are you kidding? A gazillion? I have almost nothing unlocked. I don't have access to home. I don't have access to pretty much anything in Repentance. I have characters that have never done a run. Matter of fact, the overwhelming majority of characters haven't done a run. I think I've only done one challenge. Virtual newbie. I just unlocked the D6 in Planetarium. Well, I guess technically Planetarium is new, but I just unlocked the D6 like the other day, which is why I'm playing Isaac now. And Isaac only has a win against Mother because I stopped running him for Azazel. I can't watch your stream a lot, so I'm out of loop. Yeah, no, I get it. It's just like, yeah. Okay, I'm looking. Good on bombs. I could. Oh my god, another one. Oh, you fucking cheat. You cheat so bad, game. Here, let me change where this thing's heading after I launch it. God damn, I am so fucking done. Bombers. There's 3 more. What is the umbilical cord thing following you around? Gemini, it's a conjoined twin. Finally. That I'll take. Although, maybe I shouldn't have. Okay, it's working. I thought for a second maybe I shouldn't have taken sulfuric acid because I have spectral tears, but the spectral tears will evidently still collide with this on occasion. I also have something that's given me random tear effects, but it means that I can get all this money. Played Monster Hunter before? No. So we need to find the store. So here I am, hiding behind a wall, thinking I'm safe. And instead, I'm finding the dudes that can stick their neck way out. How come you're shooting me if you're charmed? Take Bob's curse.
Justice.
I don't see any tinted rocks here. Okay. Let's go to the store. All right. So starter pack, which I don't think we want. Let me look it up. Booster pack is what it is. Spawns 5 random tarot cards. Okay. That could be good. Have you ever played any of the XCOM games? Yeah, the first one. Or maybe the second one. Okay, so we'll take that. Hermit, 2 of clubs.
2 of clubs.
Really? We have a high priestess, a tower, all of which are shit. Another high priestess, and a hermit. That's about the worst set of cards I could imagine. I mean, the hermit teleports you to the shop. I'm literally standing in the shop. The high priestess, okay, it's some damage from mom, and 3 of them, I guess, aren't that bad, but nothing else here and no reroll. So I guess we donate. Take the half-price pill just in case it's like hematosis. Nope, it's retrovision. Hooray. Damn it. Didn't see the hole. Well, that sucks, but I think there's going to be a super secret room right here. No, it can't be off the narrow. Kind of has to be, though. Where else could it be? Ah, it can be over here. Yep. Well, it's not, but it could have been. Okay, so no secret room there. Wait, did I already find the secret room? No. So either side of this could be secret. All right, I guess we're going to start opening. This is depths 1. It can be off an narrow room. I didn't think anything could be off the narrow rooms, but what the hell? I'll go back. I got enough. I got 23 bombs. It can't hurt me to drop one. And it was. My first instinct about where it should be turns out to be correct. And then I talked myself out of it. I'd love a Yarrow room just so you guys could see something cool today instead of a week run. Because Yarrow ruining that that room is gonna be a big deal. All right, what the hell? I got the bombs. That's not it. So we'll check here and above. There we go. And it's a greed fight. That was damage I didn't need to take. But as we all know, Matt's really good at taking damage. Is that Ancient Recall? It is.
Ancient.
Give me better
Recall.
cards. Death. 2 of diamonds. Strength.
Two of diamonds.
Which would be better, a High Priestess or Death? Death deals 40 damage to all enemies in the room, but High Priestess deals 300 damage to the one. Hermit to teleport out of the treasure room if things go south. Out of the treasure room? I got plenty of health. I'm not worried about the boss fight. I mean, we're already not going to get a devil deal. I could do the curse room, I guess. Stick with High Priest. We're going to go open. Well, all right. That's what we'll do. We'll go back to the store. Like, I don't know what this is, but we're going to find out. Stars. That'd be worth keeping for the next floor. Yeah, I don't ever. I mean, I've seen losing 100%. So, all right. So there's the Hermit. We'll go sack 1 heart to get into. Oh, I forgot I had sulfuric acid tears. I could have just been shooting it at the walls as well, because that'll open secret doors. All right, so let's go in. So, hopefully you guys saw that. I got my diagonals down where I can get past those on occasion and managed to teleport out of there. I was really proud of myself for doing that. High Priestess, we can't donate anymore. So we take that. Well, we'll just keep it for now. Yeah, it also means that I could get in here and gamble, but I got to position myself just right.
Luck up.
Oh, I didn't do it that time. My thumb hit, because I'm not on the keyboard, my thumb hit the wrong button first, but. Wait. I can't get to that heart. It's not worth it. So I did it twice in a row and then missed the last one, but all right, so yeah, let's go open some red chests, because oh, here we go. Well, yes, I'll start with 9 lives. Wait. 9 lives take all my red health? How did I not remember that that's what happens with 9 lives? Yeah, Isaac health set to 1. Yeah. So we need a hit point item. And I mean, Dark Bum would be great to convert red hearts to soul hearts. It might even be worth dying once right here. Yeah, I remember it now. It's just, it caught me off guard because I was like, oh, that's just too good to pass. So we'll take Dark Bum, die. But now, Dark Bum can start collecting red hearts. So come on, Dark Bum, come over here and get this. And basically, every heart and a half, he drops something, and it can be a soul heart. He got nerfed, so he's not as good as he used to be, but... No, I don't want retrovision. All right, let's see what else we get. Really? No, we're not taking Cursed Eye. We will take 48-hour energy, though. We'll do that right there.
48-hour energy.
So we reroll Cursed Eye. Is that Robot Baby? Robo Baby? His damage doesn't scale, though, so take this and roll it again. That's rubber cement, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we don't want rubber cement either. Oh, what's that? That's polydactyly, allows Isaac to carry 2 cards, 2 runes, or pills at the same time. Drops a random card, pull, or rune on pickup. You watch. It's going to drop a Yara. Well, it only dropped 1. Well, all right. So I can see forever, which does me no good. So, yeah. We got nothing here. This is depths 1? Yeah. All right. So we'll take the stars and High Priestess. And we really need hit points. But... So we need a good boss fight, but I have some spiders and flies. Bomb for 2 keys. When I have 16 bombs, you bet. How did that not work? All right. Here we go. this is an ass-tacular fight. God damn it! That run speed is ridiculous. And I'm going to run out of bombs. Fuck. Give me... Oh, thank you for that red spider there, Dark Bum. You useless piece of shit. Holy crap. I did everything I could to make that floor work out the best, and what I got was 9 lives, which is turning out to be not that great for me. Because I didn't think about the fact that I'm not getting soul hearts. I'm not finding... Oh my god. Oh my god! Fuck you, game. I'm not finding tinted rocks. I didn't find a Yarrow room. It gave me Cursed Eye, which ultimately led to Polydactyly. Now I got a room full of red fires.
Luck up.
Let's do that. Depression. Okay, depression's what I have now for sure. Because that was stupid. All I had to do was drop a bomb and I have plenty of bombs. Let's stop making really, really stupid moves. I think I want to re-roll it. Finally, we get PhD. Health up. Imagine that. Well, we can bomb this. Nice. 19, that's not bad. Take that. We take that. Take that.
Up.
So I need 2 more rooms to... God. Oh my god, this fucking game.
Luck up.
Should have saved those for a hidden room and not that. Is that flat penny? All right, let's go back to the fucking room and re-roll that. Now that I have something. Mom's razor? Well, that's something. Of course they're all going to have necks that stick out. We can't ever have something that has any hope of distance or range away. Should have let Dark Bump pick that up. That I'll take. Yes, let's get back in the game. Take tears up. I'm really feeling like picking up Dead Cat was the worst thing I've done the whole thing. I had loads of health then. My God, you invisible fucking jackholes. All right. Well, we'll take Abaddon. And we're not taking the other one. I don't know if I'm going to get this lined up right or not. Oh, we're using Star's card to teleport back out. 2 more rooms and I'll be able to re-roll this again. Ah, my foot fell asleep. I've been sitting on it so long. But it's almost 4 p.m. here in Austin, Texas. All right, let's calm down. We need some bombs. Flat penny, I don't think is good. Yeah, every time you pick up a coin, you have a 25% chance to spawn a key. That's great. I wish it were bombs, but it's not as good as left hand right now. There's a bomb. Now, if we can be really confident. Okay, secret room not there. Yes, I know I have acid tears. You don't have to type at me in all fucking caps. I know, I still want bombs. Even though I have acid tears, I still want bombs. I couldn't explain why, I guess, in a way that makes sense to anybody who knows what they're doing on this game, but I still want bombs. I didn't forget I have acid tears. I also have random tears, and acid tears are not always, it's like, because I have random tears, they're all different colors. So I can't just sit here and wait and watch for a yellow one to fly by. So basically, if I want to check for, let's say, a secret door with my acid tears... Oh, yes! I don't care about one makes you larger. I care about 48-hour energy. So if I want to check this wall for acid tears, I start firing. Now, because the tears are random, and acid isn't one of the random tears, I have to sit here and do this for a long time to know that by now, I should have shot at least one acid tear that will open that wall. It would be unlikely that I haven't shot at least one acid tear yet. But I don't want to just sit there and keep shooting at the wall. I want to be able to check instantly with a bomb. Out of interest, is there a particular fallacy you see people comment more than others? Or commit more than others? No, it's not. It's fine, Sedan 3. It's just that somebody else had mentioned it. And yes, it would have been great, like in the room full of red boxes, if I would have acid tiered all the skulls. But I didn't feel like having hosts pop up that I was going to have to shoot down, especially if I got more than one of them in one run. But it does work with spectral tears. Is this the game you played the most? No. Not even close. I've only got a couple hundred hours on here. I had 300 hours on Cyberpunk, and that was shit. I have thousands of hours in EverQuest and World of Warcraft. Oh, no, the secret room does absolutely work with, not with the spectral tears, but with the acid tears, which I also have. Particular fallacy, see people commit more than others. Argument from authority is clearly significant and impactful, but I think probably the argument from personal incredulity. See, we're going to find the secret room just because I need to show that this will actually work. But what it won't do, I'm pretty sure acid tears won't take out blue fires. And I need bombs to be able to blast those blue fires to get soul hearts. Pretty sure acid tears will not. Let's see. It's at this. All right. Oh, we can reroll this now. Okay, that is a cool one because that one, no, I don't haven't played the Total War games. It's not that I dislike them. I just don't like them. Haven't played them. That one, as you're in the room for a while, you eventually build up to the point where you become immune and can attack for damage. Soul Heart drop rate for everything has been decreased. Why I made it so difficult to play as the Lost, because you can't use red hearts at all. Or not Lost, Dead Baby. Blue Baby. There we go. I'm tempted. I mean, that one has been good. But we got 48-hour energy, or we got a 48-hour energy pill. Let's actually pop that right here.
48-hour energy.
And now I can reroll this 3 times. Okay, is that Sci-Fly? Because Sci-Fly is absolutely sick, but that's not Sci-Fly. That is... Obsessed Fan. Yeah, Obsessed Fan. Nope. Is that Pyromaniac? No, it's Firemind. Isaac's Tears now set enemies on fire, leaving damage over time. That's nice. So yes, we'll take that. All right. Need bombs. I need bombs. I need bombs. Oh my God. Oh, that those are the enemies that I hate the most in Repentance, because you walk into a room and you see the bad guys and you think you know what to do, and then these other guys who you can't see are also in the room and they attack from out of the ground. Can enemies be affected by more than one status effect on fire and poison? As far as I know, yeah. Is that somewhat Twin Peaks reference? I don't know. I wouldn't know a Twin Peaks reference if I saw one. Come on. Give me some soul hearts. Not going in there. I mean, that could be secret or super secret, but I don't think so. Let me look at the map. It's a weird map. Bomb in this room, but I can't get to it. 2 of them. We already know the secret room can't be there, so I don't even know why I'm trying. It can't be on either side of this. Can't be there. I mean, maybe there. Might as well shoot through these just in case we get a crawl space. Or a tinted rock that I didn't see. So you see how long I have to sit here and wait for it to finally be confident that I've thrown out a sulfuric acid tier? For some reason, it's skipping past the first one. Maybe a tears height thing. Or at least it used to work. There it is. So there we go. Just proved it. Now we can blast through all of these. It won't take out keepers, though, and it won't take out blue flames. But it will take out rocks and key blocks. Which lets me get the key. And we check this. I don't want the rune shard.
Rune shard.
I also don't want one makes you larger. So we do this. Found our secret room. What the fuck was that? Like there was literally nothing near me. And I took a black heart that bombed the room? Now that you have the demon item, do you respawn with a black heart or a red heart? You respawn with a red heart. I'm still eligible to use red hearts, I just don't have any. I have no idea what the hell that was. But hooray for taking more of my health. It's fire mind, it's dangerous. How can it be dangerous when there wasn't anything near me to blow up? Does it... Was there maybe a rock with a bomb? You don't ever take it? Oh, okay. Shit. Here, I thought it was good. Your tears randomly explode. What? Why isn't that in the fucking description? There's a chance that tears that hit an enemy will explode. Yeah, when they hit an enemy. But just directly in front of me? There was no enemy there for it to hit. Oh, and at plus 13 luck, it will activate every time. So I basically got a 50-50 shot for explosions right now, but it says it's supposed to explode when they hit an enemy. There was a headless guy that jumped, I think. Okay. Well, I'm already pretty close to giving up on this run. There we go. Huh. Well, now I regret taking Fire Mind. So now I got batteries to reroll everything, and they're not going to be of any use because we're in depths 2. You got a new favorite item yet? Oh, fucking, oh, that's, I don't know. Luna is probably my favorite so far. Did Bum pick up a red heart in the previous room and then spawn a spider on you? That could be. Because Dark Bum has just been treating me really shittily. All right. I picked it up because we want to use it, and now we're going to re-roll it. And we're probably going to re-roll it several times. That's, I think, Mr. Mega. Got to look it up. Yeah. Gives me 5 bombs and does 185 damage each. But, oh. All right. We'll do the one reroll. Oh, that angry fly. Is that, figure orbits around a random enemy in the room until that enemy dies, deals 2 contact damage to other enemies. Angry fly mode to the next enemy after this one. All right, we'll take it. Oh God, what's this? Well, now, Todd Stiefel has joined the ranks of the ridiculous. Todd Stiefel is an incredibly wealthy person who's donated a lot of money to the atheist organizations over the years, and he said, for your budgeting purposes, I wanted you to know that none of your organizations will be receiving money from me or my foundation going forward. American Humanist Association, Free Thought Equality Fund, and Center for Free Thought Equality have all been eliminated from my funding and that of my foundation. You have embarrassed the entire secular movement with your extremely public withdrawal of the 1996 Humanist of the Year Award. While I agree Richard certainly could have done a better job with his tweet, he is human and imperfect. Our movement is weak because groups like yours cancel someone they agree with 99% of the time, while our opponents are much better able to forgive sin. This was an opportunity to educate, disagree, and criticize. This is not a situation where someone should be erased from history. Todd Stiefel, you are being an idiot. No one has erased Richard Dawkins from history. All they did was revoke a award that said, hey, you're a really good humanist, from someone who's clearly not a really good humanist. This is not an isolated event. It wasn't a one-off. People have tried to talk to him. This is a pattern of being shitty that has been witnessed. But Todd continues, finally, your entire argument against Dawkins is based on the concept that trans-ethnic people are frauds. Who the hell are you to judge trans-ethnic people in this way? Okay, first of all, Todd, that is not their entire argument. Even if he hadn't said anything about Rachel Dolezal, the rest of the tweet would have been a problem because he suggested trans is a choice and he misgendered people and he tried to play the villain. I didn't even talk about the trans racial thing, but it is bullshit. And if you, Todd, had bothered to investigate and study this, you would learn why it's a problem. So go ahead and pull your funding. That's entirely your privilege. And he ends it with, cancel culture works two ways. I'm canceling my support of you. Fine, Todd. If that's the way you're going to be, if you are going to pick a tired line of anti-trans stuff over organizations that are actually working to promote humanism, I don't even want to know you. You agree with Seth's Facebook? Well, I don't. I've been watching your Mcconaughey debate. I'm almost starting to feel sorry for him. Almost. It was posted on Twitter or Facebook or something. It's ridiculous, but you know what? Todd's been fed up with a good chunk of the atheist community for a long time and stopped supporting a number of things, and that's entirely his right, and it's his right to pull his funding. But, you know, it's also my right to point out that you're doing a bad thing for bad reasons. And it looks like the wealthy bros are sticking together. Let me go reread Seth's Facebook just before I say I don't agree with it, because I'm pretty sure I don't based on what I read, but And Mr. Deity's still coming after me with really stupid questions like, well, can you explain the methodology used for determining the objective truth? Did you examine all of his opinions and actions and determine that 51% of them stand firmly against humanism? I'm really having... And I'm like, what a stupid fucking question. Should we allow people to be considered awarded as good humanists if they only are bigoted against a tiny portion of the of humans? Like, you can still be eligible for Humanist of the Year as long as you only hate 49.5%, or as long as you're only bigoted against 49% of humans. God, I'm so sick of this bullshit. And Todd has one good point. Catholic organization is better for human. Yeah, but, let's keep forgetting those pederast priests and shuffle them around. Yeah, good call there. So let me read Seth's thing to find out whether or not I agree with my best friend, or one of my best friends. All right, it's actually on his Facebook. There's just a link to it on Twitter. Perhaps you wondered about my lateness on the Dawkins issue. I could blame the sinus infection, thank science for amoxicillin, but I don't think blame is in order. I've been, once again, watching the movement go claw and jugular, wondering if we're simply seeing the requisite fever as white blood cells battling a virus, or if we're a movement that has stopped talking and listening, or both. So already Seth is beginning with we're too quick to rush to judgment against the guy who has been awful since Elevator Gate. Already, some might be pounding their protests into an email, blasting me for being weak or complicit or a goddamn centrist or a politician or even a bigot. As I have seen so often on the internet, consideration isn't often rewarded, especially when tensions are so high. I've also tried my best to shield this community from unnecessary infighting and drama, which invariably affects groups, organizations, communities, and movements. I think this issue is much more than petty drama. I agree it's much more than petty drama, which is why the trans people are up in arms and why the American Humanist Association revoked a Humanist of the Year award. I think we're seeing an uncivil war with the personhood and legitimacy of the trans community on trial. Also on trial are the lives and reputations of franchise names like Dawkins and his defenders, as they warn of de facto blasphemy laws turning atheist humanist activism into the new dogmatism. Wokeness becomes a conversation-stopping hammer, which sees sensitive trans issues as nails. No. In case you've been living on the moon, Richard Dawkins posted on April 10th tweet referencing Rachel Dolezal, a white chapter president of the NAACP who in 2015 was vilified for identifying as black. Dawkins then linked the Dolezal case to question gender identity. Some men choose to identify as women, some women choose to identify as men. You will be vilified if you deny that they literally are what they identify as. Richard pops out of the last line with the unhelpful prompt to discuss. Dolezal lied about her race to gain career advantage and opportunity. She faked her resume. By linking transgender identification to the deceitful Dolezal, Richard Dawkins was, in fact, tossing gasoline on the claims that transgender people are simply being dishonest with others and themselves about their own identities. For advantage and opportunity? What? As someone who long admired Richard for his decades of science, education, and activism, the God delusion changed my life and fueled my disabuse from religion. I've watched these unnecessarily callous, tone-deaf, and often harmful tweet jabs with growing concern. All right, so here we're up to the point where Seth is saying, hey, I've seen all this stuff from Richard, and my concern has been growing. Is Richard, like so many of my parents' generations, wincing in the light of complex gender discussions, clumsily poking at his new world of transnormalization? I don't buy that. He's an evolutionary biologist, so complexity should be his wheelhouse. Is he a hateful guy eager to treat trans people with disdain? I haven't sensed malice in him, more of a cold clinical detachment, like he's fiddling with the gears of a strange mechanism. I agree. This might be at least partially true. I've spoken to a close associate of his who remains convinced that Richard doesn't understand how Twitter isn't his own private headspace. Is he an otherwise good guy with some really, really bad ideas? As someone who once fit the description, I was once an anti-LGBT, anti-choice Christian nationalist, folks. I think it's possible. Is he making life harder for an already marginalized demographic in a world front-loaded with trans discrimination and hate? Abso-fucking-lutely. Cool. Got no disagreement, really. Seth continues, beyond the trans issues lies Richard's jaw-dropping endorsement of people like Ian Hersey Ali, a fallen star I once admired, who now lambasts everything liberal during Love Fest interviews with cretins like Ben Shapiro. Okay, so Seth's also not only seen a trend from Richard on this, he's seen him supporting Ian Hersey Ali. These kinds of alignments prompt serious concern over Dawkins' grasp on social and human rights issues. Keep in mind that Ian Hersey Ali claimed in her recent book, Prey, that the way to stop Islamic sexual violence against women in Europe was harsher immigration laws, not, firstly, the defeat of predatory ideas in the public consciousness. Richard Dawkins, anti-immigrant, with a question mark, happily recommended her book to his fans. This kind of thing happens often on his page. Now, here's where things get really sticky. The American Humanist Association just revoked Richard Dawkins' 1996 Humanist of the Year Award, and the internet is on fire. Everybody's screaming at each other through the smoke and flame and carnage. It's heartbreaking to watch. It's called accountability. Seth says, I'm conflicted on the award revocation. Had the award been given this year, I'd be more inclined to give it or not. But revoking an honor from last century, I can't decide. Well, okay, but you have to remember, somewhere there's a list of recipients. Here's all the people who've gotten Humanist of the Year. What if one of them turned out to be a murderer? What if they only murdered one person, not half the people on the planet? What if one of them supported white supremacy and we just didn't know it, but we found out about it later? There's forever a list of people who are Humanist of the Year. And if that Humanist of the Year, which is tied to AHA, is also tied to someone whose name is now being represented in association with things that are in conflict with humanism, that's an issue. But at the end of the day, for the 19th time today, all that's happened is somebody revoked an award. But I'll continue with what Seth says. I'm conflicted on the award revocation. Had the award been given this year, I'd be more inclined to give it a nod. It doesn't matter what year the award was given. In 1996, Richard Dawkins had genuinely earned the honor. Really? And in the 15 years after, see, in 1996, there wasn't discussion about trans issues. So maybe he had always been opposed to this notion of transitioning, and always has been and always will be, which means the only thing that is different between 1996 and now is that we didn't know what his positions were. And in the 15 years after, he was on the front lines as a science educator. Well, that'd be 25 years after. But he was on the front lines as a science educator, atheism normalizer, and fierce critic of harmful superstition. Yep, great stuff. I've sat on the stage with him many times. He accomplished more for education before breakfast than his apologist adversaries accomplished in a lifetime. Possibly. Most people don't give a shit about Dawkins or apologists. Or me. As a product of its time, the HA Award provides a marker for the life, work, and accomplishment of Richard Dawkins up to those moments, and I'm just not sure that scrubbing his name from a 25-year-old whiteboard was the best way for AHA to express his criticism. And yet, that's how you demonstrate that you are an ally for a particular group, by saying, you know what, we're not going to keep allowing someone to use this award on their resume and tie them to us when they're doing things that are in opposition to other humanists that we care about. Perhaps more effectively, And without playing into the oft-abused cancel culture sermons, the AHA could have referenced the 1996 Dawkins in a current and firmly worded statement criticizing and condemning Richard's harmful language and tone in 2021, hearkening back to the more meritorious days that have come before. That's certainly an option. However, as I said, you don't know what his views were from 1996, but you do know what they are now. Of course, it was a bold move by the American Humanist Association, and I admire their commitment to defending the trans community. Awesome. I've also watched with huge disappointment people like Sam Harris, who jabbed at the AHA as a near irrelevant organization committing suicide. Harris then posted some loaded language, let's discuss. Twitter polls he has since deleted. Sam was also influential in my apostasy. This makes his recent snark no less douchey, and he seems equally douchey about the movement as a whole. Okay. Yes, I've seen reasonable activists, people I admire, expressing concern about speech, the award revocation, and its implications, but responses from Harris, Pete Boghossian, Michael Shermer, and even David Silverman are a goddamn train wreck. I agree. On the other side, beyond the considered alarm and fairly stated opposition to Richard's posts, like that of my friend Allison Gill of American Atheist with many others, we have a host of fuck Dawkins middle fingers stuck right in our faces. Anyone and everyone who has ever despised Richard Dawkins is chewing on the red meat of April 2021, and they're enjoying every delicious bite of the AHA. They feel vindicated. The stench in his rot is sweet ambrosia. Down with Dawkins, and let's go after the rest of them, the uncivil war. I recognize that there are people doing that, but I'm not one of them. I've called him out, and I don't take any pleasure in it. It's a requirement. It's what's required when someone has consistently gotten worse and worse, will not listen, and is advocating for terrible right-wing talking points that are being lauded by right-wing people who are anti-trans, and they don't apologize, and they don't correct it, and they're not willing to listen. What else do you do? But we continue. Those convinced that Dawkins was or is a world-changing biologist and speech martyr are waving their flags. Those convinced that Dawkins is a bigot and hate preacher are counting with torches. And those who wonder if this conversation might not fit into a 280 characters are watching the tragic Thunderdome and lamenting that a religious seeker typing atheist into Google might fall headlong into this melee and run screaming back to the cozy plush seats of the church. The problem I have with that is that this is going to be the case no matter what. But when you have a problem with a prominent figure in the movement where they're no longer representative of the good values within humanism, what should you do? Maybe Seth's going to give us a suggestion. Oh, what might have been. Imagine if Richard had closed his Twitter browser and instead reached out to the representative of the trans community for a heartfelt, sincere, good felt conversation. Yeah, that'd be awesome. And many people have tried that, including many trans peoples, over the last couple of years. They don't get anywhere. That's why this is frustration. This wasn't one tweet. This is a parade of tweets, which even Seth acknowledges have been more and more concerning. Imagine if the trans community received that invitation as an expression of Richard's desire to learn and evolve, feeling welcome at a private table, so that a major influencer of today might become a better influencer tomorrow. That'd be great, but he's not. Imagine if all parties were a bit less interested in winning the Twitter wars and were a bit more interested in winning hearts and minds. No, Seth, it's not about winning the Twitter wars. It's about defending the rights of trans people. From someone who's repeatedly demonstrated they are not interested in learning or getting it right, that they just want to go on their pedantry parade. Richard's advocates realizing how desperately trans people need compassion and advocacy. Richard's critics allowing that good people can and often do totally get critical issues wrong, and that Dawkins just might not be the devil, but a flawed 80-year-old who needs to get his shit together. Yes, he is a flawed person who needs to get his shit together. Unfortunately, he demonstrates no interest in this. I don't understand, Seth, how you can look at this and say, you've seen this trend and it's concerning. Okay, when do you stop the trend? When do you say enough is enough? Is it when he says that trans being trans is a choice, when he intentionally misgenders people, and when he claims that he's a villain for suggesting it while comparing it to transracialism, all in the space of one tweet, and then 2 days later says he was misconstrued, doesn't apologize, doesn't change anything, was not involved in any discussion. When is enough enough? For some people, it's well past enough. Continuing, Seth says, I can hear them again. The shouts that Seth is centrist, Seth is weak, from my clumsy considerations. I don't think you're centrist or weak. I think you're trying to be as kind as possible, and we're long past giving Richard any more slack. He's got a massive audience. Nobody's canceling him just because they removed an award. A massive audience. He deserves to be called out. And if he can't apologize or correct, he deserves to be called out for that too. Nobody's canceling. It's accountability. It's call out. But after all, in the world of all or nothing binary behavior, that is absolutely an inaccurate way to phrase this. This is not an all or nothing thing. This is, as you noted, Seth, you've spotted a trend and it's gotten worse. That's not all or nothing. That's we've reached the end of our fucking rope. Consideration is hesitation. Hesitation is weakness or complicity. We seek only escalation, only the blitzkrieg, only the absolute crushing of the opposition. Justice depends on it. I get it. There are probably people that are like that, but that's not what's going on. For my own part, to the trans community, I'm so sorry for the man I was before in my religious life, as the fog emerged after. I knew nothing about these sex and gender issues, and when I hosted shows with trans guests, those podcasts served as a classroom for me as my audience. Yes, you did it right, Seth. That's the point. It's been years of learning a new human language of discovery, yet another ring of the human circle, and the beauty that comes along with it. I see you. I support you. I'm grieved at the hate you face, and I do understand why recklessness, intended or not, harms your desperate fight to be acknowledged and accepted as human beings. I'll never tell you how to feel or react. I can only speak to my own little world, and I'm doing the best I know how. Richard Dawkins wrote the foreword for the second edition of my autobiography. His words were so good, spoken in the context of religion, indoctrination, apostasy, and yes, humanism, and I'm not going to revoke it. At least at this point. Well, did somebody ask you to? Did somebody say, hey, on your third printing, you should remove that thing from Dawkins? I mean, that's your call. I absolutely would have, but I'm not removing everything from the internet that I've ever done or said with regard to Dawkins. But it's different to have an award. That's all that happened. Nobody canceled him, just an award. He continues, it stands as a marker for its time and the subject at hand. This is my personal decision with the fervent hope this tragic month won't reverse his decades of wonderful activism, and that he might reach out in good faith to trans people to achieve the understanding he allegedly seeks. But not merely as the clinical scientist or the bear-poking contrarian, but as the empathetic human who feels the pain of suffering. I imagine that some kindness language might accomplish today across the board. Not the tweets, not cold text in a two-dimensional space, but a phone call, a coffee, a forum, an encounter, eye to eye, voice to voice, listening to ear to listening ear. The problem is the only people that are listening, that Dawkins is listening to, are the people you've already listed. The people that are, Dennett, Harris, Shermer, all the ones that are, oh, no, we can't counsel the wokeism, Todd Stiefel revoking his stuff. Imagine that some kind of kindness might accomplish today. Call me naive, but in regards to Richard Dawkins and many others, imagine the transformative power of an olive branch. Seth, it is absolutely ridiculous to suggest that olive branches have not been extended to him. Elevator Gate was 2011. Hemet already posted many of his tweets that have been problematic over the years. How many olive branches do we extend before it's okay to take away an award as best fucking humanist? I mean, I get where Seth's coming from, and he's legit one of my best friends on the planet, and I love him. But it seems strange to me that you can say, hey, I've seen this pattern and it's really getting disturbing, but I'm not yet ready to advocate for taking away an award for best humanist, no matter how problematic he's been repeatedly. Not to nitpick, but a number of times I've heard you say playing villain when I think you meant to say playing victim. Yes, playing victim. but his language was being labeled a villain. You would be vilified was his language. All right. So let me catch up on chat, and maybe I'll finish this run before it's time to go do a show. I have a question for you, Matt. Of all the debates you've done, which is the one you agreed with your opponent the most? I don't know. Have there been any where no matter how many topics you covered, you agreed on everything? Well, there was a time I debated a Satanist on whether or not religion is harmful, and he agreed with me during my opening statement, so the debate was over. I guess that's the one. Not to pile on, but Lawrence Krauss also jumped in. Seems like everybody's taking their position. Yes, but Lawrence Krauss already had his Humanist of the Year award revoked and was removed for inappropriately touching women from engaging in the community at large. So nobody gives a shit what Lawrence Krauss says at this point, even though he had a chance to, I mean, he's not terrible. Krauss isn't terrible. It's just, what are you drinking? Is it green? It's water. It's just a color-changing cup based on the temperature. It's not like getting an Oscar for one good movie and then getting it taken away for the next bad movie. Yeah. In 1996, there was a Twitter. True. Put an asterisk next to his name like Mark McGuire. As far as I'm aware, Dawkins wasn't a world-changing biologist. He was just very good at summarizing the ideas. He was an incredibly wealthy, prominent biologist who got on TV and became a public popularizer. But he was really good at explaining things, science things, to reasonably intelligent people. Not to nitpick, yeah, I got that. I still love Richard Dawkins. I think he's awesome. I don't, and I know him. Do you? And I don't know how you can love someone and think they're awesome when they're shitting on trans people. Figuratively. Because some things right and some things wrong. I think it does show how we all get some things right and some things wrong. But how many times does somebody have to get something wrong and constantly be re-educated before you say, yes, this person just has bad ideas and isn't going to change them or apologize? Doesn't discredit the great work. Correct. It doesn't discredit the great work that he's done. I feel like cancel culture is a cry of morons that have no way to defend their dumbass beliefs. I think you're probably right. Looking forward to the hang up. Can't wait. Yeah, it's not going to be about this unless somebody calls in about it, but I'm just saying Dawkins was a great science educator rather than a great biologist. Probably. I think that's pretty significant. Yeah. Sounds like Seth is just taking a moderate stance that might not fully considering the full history of Dawkins doing this stuff. It's a perfectly acceptable stance. It's just, I don't understand. I should probably, I will call Seth at some point because I don't know that people were saying, oh, you need to remove the statement from your book. But if somebody said you need to take down every video that you've done with Richard Dawkins, no, because those are videos of me and my work as well. And I've corrected the things that Dawkins was problematic on. This is very different from an award. Dawkins' wife was in Doctor Who for years. Yes, was ex-wife. What actions would Dawkins have to do to be welcomed back into the fold? Obviously apologize, but what else? Well, he would need to apologize and correct his statement so that it's, if you are tweeting things and it's being used by the opposition and it bothers you, you need to fix shit. And what he did was he said, oh, I'm so disappointed that my tweets have been used by the alt-right in America. I've been misconstrued. No, you weren't. What do you think of Dr. Deborah Soh? I think she's a transphobe who wrote a book whining about how she got called out for being a transphobe. I hope the trial comes up. Very happy for the results now. Just waiting to see what the repercussions will be for Chauvin. I don't plan on talking about it, but would that be enough? An apology and a reversal of a position to be supportive? It's certainly a great start. It's what would get somebody like me to say, this is how you do it. This is how we do it. I don't know what would be enough for some people. There's some people, there are people who are unreasonable where nothing is ever going to be enough. I get that. Abigail Schreier's book, Irreversible Damage, that's awful too. Richard retweeted that garbage too. Yes, I didn't know he retweeted Abigail Schreier's book. Hang on. Sorry, I have new tweets at me. Here we go. All right. I promise we're going to get back to Isaac, or I'm going to promise I'm going to try to get back to Isaac. Let's see. Would that be enough? Abigail Schreier's book. What do you think about gender essentialism? Well, gender is a social construct, which means that I reject gender essentialism. Those two things, as far as my understanding goes, I'm not an expert, but those two things are in conflict. If gender is a social construct, and I accept that it is, then gender essentialism is clearly wrong. Gender essentialism is the notion that there are intrinsic qualities that make men men and women women. And no, that would be biological gender, genetic sex, those characteristics. But the things that we talk about with regard to gender is the roles that we have in society. So gender is a social construct, and gender essentialism is wrong. Ian Hersey Lee tweeted about it, and Richard retweeted that. Well, Ian Hersey Lee is garbage and has been for years. Hi, Matt. How are you today? I'm okay. That's probably the smartest guy on Twitch. No, not even necessarily the smartest guy in this chat. Did you hear about Michael Shermer having Abigail Schreier on his podcast? Yes. I had to unfollow him after he advocated for conversion therapy for trans youth. Disgusting. I brought it up on psychosexuality when I was on last month, but it seemed like no one is talking about it. Yeah, it's really frustrating. It's really frustrating who drink my beers. Psychostrategy. It's biology and psychology. It's really not. I'm pro-trans. I thought gender was biology, XY, XX aspect, and gender is this. Wait. I'm pro-trans. I thought gender was biology, XY, XX chromosome. Is that not accurate? That is genetic sex, and that is what gender used to describe. But the gender roles that we talk about are social constructs, like pink is for girls, blue is for boys, long hair, makeup, the type of clothing, the roles that we fit in society, the way people are presented. All of these things are social constructs. And the way you can tell whether or not something is a social construct is this. One person, 500 people, dolphins, aliens. Those are the four categories. One person, 500 people, or more. One person, many people, dolphins, and aliens. If the thing that you're talking about only makes sense and has value for the one with multiple people, it's a social construct. So, for example, the fiat money system that we have, while aliens and dolphins could understand it, they don't participate in the system, and a dollar bill has no value to them. And if I'm the only human being alive in the universe, a dollar bill has no value to me as a dollar bill. It's certainly the difference between a $1 bill and a $100 bill is irrelevant when it's just me. But when there's 500 people or when there's more people, now it's relevant. So the power of a fiat money system is entirely in the social construct, which means it's between people. Do that for something else. Race. Is race a social construct? Well, for dolphins looking at human beings and aliens looking at human beings and races, they're not going to see the racial divides that we necessarily do, and neither would one person because there's no more race. But when there's many people, all of a sudden we draw a distinction between this white person and this brown person. And while there are genetic things that contribute to that, the differences in the way that we perceive them are just largely in our heads. Yes, there's different amounts of melanin, but there. Do the same thing with gender. When you talk about human beings and gender, because aliens may have one gender, two genders, 15 genders, 17, whatever. Dolphins don't have any understanding or care about gender in humans. And so the only time that gender comes up as a distinction between here's what makes one a man and here's what makes one a woman is because we've invented it and it only matters between us. One person, many people, dolphins, aliens. You probably don't need all four categories, but I think it helps make it a little more clear. All right, I'm almost caught up on chat. I have a sore on my leg that I scratched and now it's bleeding, but I'll go take care of that in a minute. That analogy's great, makes complete sense. Great, appreciate it. What a great explanation of what social construct is. I learned something new today. Awesome, thank you, because I spent a long time coming up with that analogy, and I want to make sure that it's useful, so I appreciate that. I really hate the whole alpha male, beta male nonsense. Well, especially since it's not real. Just made up rubbish that people make it out to be biology. Yep, Alex, it's full-on nonsense. Dolphins often stick their dicks in other dolphins' blowholes. True. Dolphins have tried to rape humans as well. All right, let's get back to this. I think advanced aliens, much more advanced than humans, would be robotic. I don't know. Oh, the other example is like something like the methods of science. Aliens would still be able to use that, including social sciences. They could use social sciences to study humans, but the distinctions are not going to be the same. My friend said he was an alpha male because guys with big wieners hung around him. Okay. Well, I have no idea where I'm at in the game now because it's been like 40 minutes or so since the last time I moved. Okay, we found a secret room, but not the super secret. So is that here? Oh no, we found the super secret too. Shit, I only have one heart. Let me go all the way back up to the item room because I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything or screw anything up while I was talking for days. I teach for a living and I'm in awe and saddened at how much better you are at these explanations. Oh, thanks, Goldpoke, but don't be sad. I don't just sit around playing video games. I do spend a great deal of time trying to figure out how to explain stuff to people. And because I'm not burdened by an excess of education, I work to make sure it's something that by the time I get to where I really understand something, yes, probably not going to get a second one, so let's not waste a bomb. By the time I get to where I really understand something, it's my only skill. Well, all right, it's not my only skill. But if I have an expertise in anything, it's finding ways to distill complex ideas into something that almost anybody could understand. And I think that because I know that's a skill I have, it's incredibly frustrating to me when I'm not clearly understood, even though I've really worked hard to make the explanation clear. But burdened by an excess of education. Can you explain what you mean by this? Sure. It actually partially comes from The Amazing Randy, in that, people will often refer to PhD as piled high and deep, and that people who have higher degrees have been educated beyond necessity. And what happens is, as you become more and more focused in there, your focus is narrowed. And so if you spent that much time studying something, what you get is a lot of from authority stuff. Like, something is true because, here's this and here's this periodical. And so you no longer have to, you've been educated through a systematic process that leads from A to B to C to D. And that can make you more rigid in your thinking. It's one of the reasons why somebody like Richard, an amazingly well-educated and wonderful science communicator and biologist, it can make him less rigid and less willing to accept, oh, wait, now there's this new language that says gender is a social construct, and we're not talking about XX and XY chromosomes. So because I wasn't spoon-fed, as what often happens in the education system, and I had to work it out on my own, it allowed me to take kind of innovative side tracks to understanding so that I can explain to somebody else who's not extremely overeducated or well-educated. Hung around him because he was hot. Okay. When I saw Trevor say he's a textbook narcissist, I thought he was calling Goldbook a narcissist, and I was like, oh wait, is he saying I'm a narcissist? And then, oh no, it's the dude who has guys with big dicks around him. So cool. Teaching skills why I like Feynman so much. And the teaching skill thing comes up, and this is probably relevant to Seth, and Seth and I talk fairly regularly, but I'll talk to him soon, because let's say you're a teacher and there's a student in your class that's being disruptive, and you try to get them to stop, and you try to get them to stop, and you try to get them to stop. At some point, you have to send them to the principal's office because their disruption is impeding the rest of the class from understanding. That's what's happened with Dawkins. If Dawkins is out there as former Humanist of the Year, representing views that disparage trans people and are hurtful, and he's not, and he's repeatedly demonstrated that he's not willing to accept correction or instruction or anything else. And when he says discuss, he means for everybody else to go discuss. It's time to send him to the principal's office. Doesn't mean we kick him out of school. Doesn't mean you suspend him. But you've got to get him out of the class, and you have to let the rest of the class know that that sort of stuff is not going to be accepted while we're trying to focus on this other thing. All right, let's see how quickly we can. Oh, it's Mother. Ah, it's twice. All right, we made it through. We're going to take the Polaroid. The devil deal I've already been to. Thanks for the explanation. Sure, hopefully it's useful. In the UK, they now call Richard Spotted Dick. Do they? I think you might not be serious. Please give me hearts. I don't want to do a 2-room on half a heart. Crap. I'm not going to be able to get to any of these. Unless I can get flying, I can't get to any of those. We're probably going to die, but... I don't want to move, because right now those guys aren't firing at me. And I'm willing to, yes. I've got to be extra careful without flying, without any kind of protection here. Please be something good. Damn it. All right, I'm not even going to try to fight him. Just duck out and get back in. All right, let's see how many of these we can shoot our way through here. Even if we can agree that gender is a social construct, how do we even apply that to the real world? This sort of radical freedom is very scary and ambiguous. What are you scared of? And I don't understand how you say, how do we apply that to the real world? As far as I'm aware, there's only the real world. What else could apply to? Social constructs are in the real world. I have money in my wallet and it has value. How can you, that's like saying, even if the fiat money system is a social construct, how do we apply it to the real world? All of this radical freedom is scary and ambiguous. Well, I'm sorry that you're scary, and I'm sorry that you don't understand it, but your question about how to apply it to the real world, it's already applied to the real world. What are you afraid of? It's the only world we got, but I don't know what you're afraid of. What radical freedom? The freedom to be oneself? The freedom to not be boxed in by somebody else's definition of what a man is or what a woman is? I mean, I get it. People are asking questions, but come on. Oh, well, that's cheesy with PhD. I can't get over there. All right. Shit. I knew it. All right. Well, luckily we have 9 lives. Big luck up, but that just means we're going to have more bombs exploding. I was not. I was just wondering what the fear is. Nine lives now kills all enemies in the room. You just died, not bosses. Except that's not what happened in that room. Is it transphobic when you've decided that you no longer wish to pursue a romantic relationship with a woman after finding out she's trans, but you still wish to remain friends? Literally answered this exact question on last week's episode of the Hang Up with Arden. Somebody called in with this exact question. If it's based on hey, you have a penis and I'm not interested in penis, that's not transphobic. But if they, like, if you are interested in women and you're talking to a woman, and it turns out that she's trans but has a vagina, you're to say, oh, well, you used to have a penis, that would be transphobic, yes, because now you're focused on what used to be. And phobic doesn't necessarily mean fearful. It means averse. Okay. Wow. Could I get something? Some health? I'd love some health. Whoops. I'm not sure how I survived that. But I also don't know how I got out of the other room before everything was dead. It must have been a bomb that opened the door. Am I allowed to blast through doors now? I didn't think I had unlocked that ability. So yeah, it turns out Firemind is really kind of screwing me over. And that's the end of the run. All right. That's awful. We're going to do some Geoguessr to end this, but so tired of like everybody. Wow. All right. Sorry. I shouldn't ever look at Twitter. I'm going to be exhausted and not really be up for a show if I don't stop all this Twitterizing. All right, here we go. So it's weird because Ilya asks a question about radical freedom being scary and ambiguous, and I answered it and asked, what radical freedom are you talking about? What's scary and ambiguous? And I get no answer. Burned up your phone battery with a 5-hour stream? I'm sorry, plug it in. Thanks for the sub, 8 months. There's a sound that's supposed to play. Appreciate it.
Redacted.
Bearded Wonder 491. All right. Yeah, that 9 Lives did fuck me a bit, but thanks for the tip, Hot Rod. Appreciate it. I think I sadly may be transphobic and feel ashamed by it because I would probably end a relationship with a woman if I found out they used to have a penis. Okay. Why does it matter what they used to have? And it's just asinine. You met someone, you were attracted to them, potentially sexually and romantically. You began a relationship with them. You clearly are now aware of what's in their pants, and what's in their pants is what you were expecting and everything else. And then you find out that they are trans and used to have a penis, and now you want to end the relationship? Yeah, that is absolutely transphobic. And until you can come up with a reason for why that is or why it's a problem, I mean, you're attracted to whoever you're attracted to. I genuinely don't understand people who say, you know what, I'm only attracted to cis women with, a vagina. Okay. How do you know? And by the way, this gets into the, if someone's trans and they're post-op bottom surgery, why would they tell anybody? And why is it your business? And yet you're like, oh, I think if I found out that she used to have a penis, I'd have to end it. Why? That's not how love works. You're in a romantic, caring relationship with someone. You value them, you cherish them, and then you find out that in their past, they used to have a penis. Now they don't. And you're not a fan of penis. So I genuinely don't understand. What you're describing, yes, Lord Zatu, is what's being referred to as super straight. And it's bigoted, absolutely. But what if someone wants to identify a frog? Well, that was one of, if you're too long to explain, I'm happy to drop it. Yeah. That's probably best. Frustrating, though, because it just means I win. Could be plenty of instinctual reasons that are hard to put into words. Okay. But if you can't justify the reason, how do you show that it's not bigoted? Super worried about some chromosome, which makes no sense. Now, here's the only reason. And that is if someone represented to me that they wanted to have kids and could have kids, and then find out that, that was never going to be the case. But that's not about the kids thing. That's about someone being dishonest. And similarly, I can understand why someone would be upset that someone they love and care about did not, reveal everything, because honesty is important. But I hate chat conversations. I prefer to talk instead, so I'm okay with just not trying to get into it further. Fine, you can call the show. I'm happy you feel you won something. Okay. I wish you felt you lost something because you expressed a really bad idea, and when I pointed out and tried to get an answer on it, you had nothing. So call in and demonstrate it. This is a genuine question. I have no idea. Has plastic surgery come so far that a transgender woman's vagina is indistinguishable from a cisgender woman's? Yes. If they can't have kids, just adopt. It's okay. Yes. Thank you, Captain Pedantic. Did you think that the guy who can't have kids naturally was unaware of adopted? Did you think that the guy whose niece and nephew are adopted wouldn't? Sometimes the pedantic bullshit is not particularly useful. I was clearly, anybody who understands anything at all about fucking context understood that I was only talking about whether or not they were physically able to have kids. Like, I want to have your kids, and you want to have my kids. We're going to have this genetic kid here. And then it turns out that was impossible, and they knew it, so now it's an issue of honesty. But nope, somebody's got to come marching in. Well, they could adopt. That doesn't change the honesty issue. Flat. For sale by owner. This actually could be Texas. The trees are pretty short. Hey, Mikey said Texas right when I said. Bineville Parish Police Jury, so maybe Louisiana. I don't know where Bineville Parish is, but Louisiana is the only place to come to mind when I hear parish. Whoops. All right. Friendship and Jonesboro. There's a Jonesboro, Arkansas. And if it's close enough south, we could be on the very north end of. I mean, it's possible there's a Jonesboro in Louisiana as well. Jonesboro should be big enough to show up. Unfortunately, I don't want to put on my glasses and lean that close to the screen. There's Jonesville. I got my second shot yesterday, and apart from a sore arm, I feel fine. And my arm is really, really sore. Well, I think we're on the north side somewhere. Junction, Louisiana, 9. All right, there's 9. It may not be Louisiana 9. Oh, there's 9. 9 comes down here. here. Crestone. Yeah, 9 may not be Louisiana 9. $34 seconds left. Saline and Beanville. So Saline is west of us. Okay, there's Jonesboro. We're 19 from that and close to 9. So, and there's Saline is west of us. So, all right, 9.5 miles. That's close. Whew. All right, let me get caught up on chat before I keep playing. Did you already address my second response? Sorry, Twitch is being bad on my end. My response about acknowledging my bigotry and desire to try to think it through, what's causing me to have it so I can overcome it better. Well, I mean, I get that you'll have to think it through. I appreciate you trying to be honest. I'm just saying, yeah, you got to think about it. What's the reason? What is your objection? What is it? Because I suspect, as with most people who've said this, it's the yuckiness of, does that make me gay? Thanks for the $5. Die Yankees die. Die Yankees die. Oh, well, okay. All right. Let's go. Yeah, we're in the middle of nowhere. Gonna go with South America. Dirt road. No, we're somewhere in Africa. Okay, I don't know where in Africa. It's kind of lush. So for now, I'll drop there in Kenya. I don't think it's right, but yeah, and if it makes you gay, so what? That's the thing is, it's like, hey, does this make me gay? All right, if it does, then you're gay. But I don't even think gay is a good label. Gay, straight, bi, pan. I genuinely don't see any value in that because, I've taken the Kinsey test. I was mad because I scored a Kinsey 0 because the test is vastly outdated. Doesn't consider anything other than extreme 1950s heteronormative stuff. And I've only dated women. But there are trans women that I would have dated, and I didn't care whether they had bottom surgery or not. And there are plenty of people of all genders and none that I have absolutely been attracted to. Does that mean Matt's, pansexual or not straight? I don't know. I don't care. I'm in a great relationship with a woman who I adore. Doesn't mean that other people aren't hot. And I've never been bothered. Well, all right, that's not true. I'm sure as a kid, when people would, say, oh, you're gay. I'm sure that would bother me. Wow, we are truly in the middle of nowhere. But as an adult, once I got past the, being homophobic, I was like, well, I am whatever I am. I'm attracted to people, a number of different people of different genders and none. And not once did I go, ooh, I wonder if that makes me gay or bi or pan. It's just what it is. I think that the concern over the label is already a big problem. But, all right, I have no idea. I mean, this one's almost not even fair. I'm going to go with a lush area of Nigeria just because. Nope. We were down in Lesotho. I would not have picked that. But, all right. So that's terrible because we're half a continent, more than half a continent away. And here we are in Africa again, I think. Yeah. We're in South Africa for the second time in a row. Maybe. Because I seem to recall Vryburg. Problem is they don't label these highways that well, and I can't read. Maybe it's not. The N18. Vryburg may have been Ghana. It's N8. It's N10. N2. N4. Those are A's. N12. Vryburg's definitely South Africa. That's what I thought, but I can't find an N18. I mean, there's definitely N's here, but I can't read any of them because it's so fucking small on the map. So, and I'm not able to find, oh God, that hurt. Jan Kempdorp and Vryburg. I think I've seen Vryburg. I think I've seen this sign before, but there's Vryburg. Now, we don't know how far we are from it. We're between it and Jan Kempdorp on N18. Now, where's N18? All right, is that 18? So Vryburg is north of us, and Jan Kempdorp is south of us. Okay, but we don't know how far, but we're at an intersection that leads to Chosang. There's Chosang. We are right there. This is the intersection, but our starting point is... No, this is the starting point. Okay. $12 yards, 5,000 points. Rawr. It's a good one. Maybe in Hungary? No. Well, maybe. Creature. What makes you think people are claiming to be bi just to get popular? Maybe virtually no one is rigidly straight and virtually everyone is bi, and people are just acknowledging, yeah, okay. But it does potentially double your dating pool or come close to doubling. I don't know why I'm still thinking it's Hungary. It may not be. Zero times 2 is still 0. No, I said pool. If you're bi, the number of people you potentially date, as opposed to being straight, is nearly double. Glad to see Chesh's catching in. Good God. All right, well, that's a nice place, but genuinely, all right, don't go quite that far. Oh my God, how can you blur out street signs like that? That's bullshit. Quorum, colon, everything starts with a K. Well, I don't think we're going to get it. Lufico. We got less than a minute left. I'm going to split the difference and go right in the middle of everywhere where I think it is. Because we had 30 seconds. Can't find a top-level domain. Can't find a good street. Is that an EU plate? All right. Well, here we go. I was 147 miles away. I think what's most impressive is that, yeah, I suck. All right, here we go. Round 5. Wow. We made it through all the rounds really quickly. Okay, we just have cows out right alongside the road here. Quite a few of them. Have a decorated thing here. In Thailand? No, that looks different. Well, I was close when I dropped in Bangladesh, but I think we're in Thailand. Could be wrong. Or it could be right. Now there'd be more lines across the top. Could be Myanmar. But I think we're in Thai land. Could also be Cambodia. I'm going to drop on the Cambodia side. And we got 3 minutes left to see if we can narrow this down. Motorcycle. Motorcycle. Nope. Oh, I'm starting to drag a little bit. I'm going to need to eat before the show. Minute and a half left. And not really seeing much of anything or any hope of much of anything, which makes me think we might not be in Thailand. Okay, yellow license plate. I don't know what that means, but I'm not seeing any flags. There's a flag. I'm not seeing any flags. There's a flag. Okay. I'm going to say right there. Wow, we could not. Well, we could have been further away, but Sri Lanka. That's wild. Yeah, that was bad round. I'm going to do one more map. There's a Sri Lankan flag, just as you said. I haven't seen a flag. I saw the flag right after I said that. I just know what it was. So, Sri Lanka, Sri Lanka. Hey, there were people who knew where we were. All right. Let's see if I can do better for one last time. Round one. Oh, I'm so tired. Camera lens is dirty. Belgium or France? The hedgerows tend to be in Belgium. I mean, that's what I'm used to seeing when we're out in the middle of nowhere. D28. It's E, A, E. That's not where I wanted to go. That's not where I wanted to go. Huh. Well, I'm not seeing any D highways, but oh, there we are. There's D's in France when you zoom way the fuck in. Okay. So, in France, let's see. So D28. D1, D6. D83. $12, 72, 20. always get optimistic when I find a number that's close when there's no reason to think that 28 will actually be anywhere near 20. 95, 104, 86, D9, D1. There's D29. So that's the closest we've gotten. D5. D2. Well, I was 78 miles away. It would have taken me all the rest of searching to get anywhere up there near D28. All right, next round. 2 out of 5. Wow. Australia. Maybe not. Or somewhere in Africa, I think. But I can't read the sign. Why are you blurring a fucking... You're not supposed to blur those signs. It's not a fucking license plate. All right, we're 199 kilometers away from Mcconaughey, and that might be big enough that it shows up at the high level. You're fairly sure it's Botswana. Well, let's see. I don't see Mcconaughey, and I would think that since it's 200 kilometers away, it'd be big enough to... Oh, there's Mcconaughey right there. So we're 200 kilometers away from that, and we're 145 away from... Malsinacho. So maybe about 50 kilometers from there. But we're north of that. Right? We're on this road, and there's a sign. So we're heading south, and then we're going to turn west. There's my alarm to remind me I've got a show. I'm going to turn west to go to Mcconaughey. Like, I found Mcconaughey on the map. But I don't see... There's Voodoo. Hi, I'm in the middle of a live stream. You're live on the air. Can I help you?
No, you can't. Have fun with your live stream.
I'm going to end the stream in just a minute. I'm in the middle of a game of Geoguessr, but
Okay.
I'll call you in a minute.
The answer is Brazil. But
It's Botswana. So there's Inca-Jane, which would be basically westish of it, 200 kilometers. And so that doesn't make any sense. Like there's nothing. And I don't see the other names at all. So, all right. I was 146 miles away. So we were right here. And it was telling me to turn on this road to get to Inca-Jane, which you'd have to go down and up here to get to Inca-Jane here. And then somewhere 50 kilometers less than that is Voodoo, but I don't know. I don't understand that one. I think we're in Indonesia. Oh, isn't that Malaysia? I think that's the Malaysian flag. Pretty sure that's the Malaysian flag. I'm starting to remember some of the flags. And Jalam, Karyong, Inda 3. I don't know. Is that going to be... Ah! Sorry. Pretty good pain there out of the blue, and I can't see anything. Yeah, Malaysia flag looks a little like the U.S. flag, and that's why I'm able to figure it out. Pahang. Okay, there's Pahang. Which might be a bad inference. But, okay. Trang. Okay, there's Jalan. So we go back to my first one because we saw the street name down here is Jalan Karyong. So Jalan is going to be like street. Or something like that. I think we're further out. I don't think we're quite this far in. These are all Lorong instead of Jalan. 71 miles. I thought we weren't quite that far in. All right. Round 4. Right on the bridge. Over the trains. In the middle of nowhere. Are we in Russia? $12.10. Okay. It's a very straight east-west road. Hopefully we're getting ready to identify it right up here. Nope. Oh, and we're only on one side of this divided highway thing, right? No. Okay. Somebody's saying it looks like Sweden. Well, about out of time. Good God. All right. We're going the other way. Well, there's nothing the other way. I'm going to guess. Well, I was right that it was Russia, but I was completely on the wrong side of Russia. Final round. Final round. Are we out in Indonesia, Malaysia again? Neighborhood watch. Tio. Allow a circle. Are we in Hawaii? The license plates don't look like U.S. at all, which is why I don't think that's correct. All right, well, that looks a little more like it, but keep left. We're not in the United States. And plus, TIO is an acronym for something, like Neighborhood Watch, Uncle, makes me think Hispanic. Under contract. Darwin Solar. So, are we in Australia? I mean, nothing looks particularly familiar, but yeah, Darwin's the only name I've seen, so I just don't remember where it is. It's in the north. There it is. So we have Alawa, which appears to be a pretty decent sized road. Let's see if we can find that. There's Alawa. Or Alawa Primary School. It doesn't mean it's where the road is. There's Trower Road, Vanderland Road. We don't see Alawa as a road. But let's see if we can see the names at whatever corner we're closest to. Hall Street and Stobo. Okay, there's Stobo. And there's Hall Street. We are right there. 30 yards my ass. But I'll take the 5,000 point. There's a summary, 19,000. That's not bad, not great. Let me fix my camera. Filters. Turn off the crop. Yeah, that was the starting point. You can click the flag and it takes you back to the starting point. So I did that. All right. I'm now 1 hour from going live on the Hang Up with Dr. Daryl Ray. You can I'll put a link in there. So there's a link to the show. I need to eat and change my shirt and get ready. But yeah, Daryl and I are going to have fun. I hope. If you have questions for me or Daryl about recovering from religion or anything else, or you didn't feel like you were well represented in a chat where I'm the only one that gets to talk and you have to type, feel free to call in. But I got to run. Y'all take care. Be safe.